Hi, my name is Doug and this is Aragon. Aragon is a red-tailed hawk you can see by his tail and the belly band on the chest. He represents our wild places at Five Rivers Metro Parks. We have 16,500 acres of land and multiple facilities. These parks are wonderful for hiking and fishing, backpacking experiences, and just a chance to see beautiful gardens or to learn skills like gardening and boating, and they're a lot of fun. We really want parents and all of our community members to know how to access information on our park programs and special events. And if you use our webpage, you can sign up for electronic newsletters that come directly to your inbox. We also put out Parkways that comes out twice a year, and that's a magazine that's mailed to every household in Montgomery County. So whatever you do that come out and see the wildlife and also enjoy the parks, it helps us be healthy individuals when we're outside, enjoying the fresh air and using our bodies to get some good exercise, and it's part of our healthy, active community. So come and join us and have a lot of fun.
Hi everyone, today I'm going to talk to you about bus safety. Every day, thousands of Dayton Public School students ride the bus to and from school, and it's important to know how to stay safe. First things first, make sure to get to your bus stop at least 10 minutes early, and while you're waiting, stand in a safe spot away from the road. Once the bus arrives, go straight to your seat so the bus can start moving again. And remember, while you're on the bus, stay seated and keep the aisles and exits clear. Just like in a classroom, listen to the driver and follow their instructions. This includes no foul language, no sticking your arms or head out the windows, and no eating or drinking on the bus. Lastly, make sure you only get off the bus at your assigned stop, and be sure to walk home safely. Let's all work together to follow these rules and keep our bus rides safe for everyone. Thanks for listening, and stay safe, DPS.
At Dayton Public Schools, we come together to celebrate the spirits of sportsmanship and community.
However, poor behavior by fans and sometimes athletes have created challenges that impact the safety and enjoyment of these gatherings.
We believe in creating a positive and inclusive environment for everyone, students, families, and fans alike.
Our collective responsibility is to ensure that our athletic events remain safe, enjoyable, and supportive.
To achieve this, we have a few reminders. Respect the game.
Make sure you show respect for the athletes, coaches, and officials.
Remember that these events are about skill, teamwork, and friendly competition. Do not walk on the court or field, and remain in the stands and on the sidelines. Show support in a positive way.
Celebrate good plays and efforts by the team you're there to support.
Avoid negative chants, cheers, or comments that may create a hostile environment.
Set a positive example. Adults should lead by example for students.
Remember that children are watching, learning, and absorbing your reaction.
Students should lead by example for their peers and for those who look up to them.
Remember that your behavior influences those around you.
Let's come together to support our students in the right way.
Positive energy enhances the entire experience and creates lasting memories for our young athletes.
Join us in fostering an environment where everyone feels welcome, safe, and inspired. Together, let's make our athletic events a source of pride for our entire community.
We are DPS.
It really is a wonderful event for kids to express themselves in ways that are outside of just being in class. So it's an exciting time in Dayton Public Schools, watching our young people really tell stories about politics, about how they feel, about the world, all types of sides of them that we don't normally see during the school day.
To be honest, I was blown away. It's beautiful coming to my city and seeing the young talent, you know what I mean? It takes a lot to get on stage and to, stand in front of a lot of people. And I know some people rehearsed it and some of them was like reading it live, but it's different when you're in front of people, and they did their thing, so I was excited to be a part of it.
Something that I really liked was that every student's piece, it had some level of impact. It meant something. A lot of it was a personal story.
They all left a piece of them on that stage. And for me, that was big for them being students. They're youth out here expressing themselves. That just made me happy.
We need to use dialogue within our communities, states, and nation to achieve the dream of so many people in the world. a dream of peace and justice that has been put off for too long, a dream that we must keep fighting for together.
We are gathered here tonight to commemorate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., so great of a champion he was to our people and a true king amongst men. But I challenge each of you to take a long, hard look at yourselves and reflect. Then ask yourselves, would you be proud of where we are today?
Anybody who can write and wants to write or wants to be able to express themselves, they should come here. There's no reason, if you have the opportunity, for you not to try.
And after you try, you're gonna get better. So never be afraid to start and try.
That's right.
So when you first walk in this particular building, what you're gonna see is you're gonna see bright, open spaces, clean floors. And they say it's a new age here within this building. It truly is. The culture here at E.J. Brown is about keeping it consistent, about keeping it simple, keeping it about students. How do we get students from where they are now to where we need them to be? So about being in those hallways, building those relationships, those positive relationships with students, knowing their names, and just building that bond, believing in them. Keep it simple, keep it consistent, keep it all about students. That's why we're here at E.J. Brown.
This year, we have a very strong administration team, and we have very clear expectations, not only for the students, but also for the teachers. So that consistency is really strong this year, and I see that growing as we keep moving forward. I love challenging the students. So I teach science, and for me, it's more about teaching them to think more than like the content. So really getting them to understand what's happening around them and then be able to use that in situations that they might get into outside of the school. We've been changing the expectations and honing more into academics around the students. And then we've also been bringing in more community pieces. We've had some change over the years, but the last couple years, they've stayed the same, and we're growing more community base.
As a security resource officer here, my main job is student safety. I also am somewhat of a counselor or a mediator to the students. A lot of them come and talk to me, and we try to figure out solutions together to make things better, because if things outside of school are affecting you, then you're not going to be able to get a proper education. I believe that building a relationship with these students is the key to them advancing educationally as well as socially. E.J. Brown is the best middle school because we have the best sports teams, we have the best teachers, we have the best SRO team in the district, we have the best principal in the district. So if you want to be the best, you should come to E.J. Brown.
I think students should go here because it gives them a better mindset. The biggest difference between elementary and middle school is the moving around, but it really wasn't that hard to get used to. The way to be a Bruin is to follow the Bruin B's. Be respectful, be responsible, be safe, and be unstoppable.
If anybody is watching this, you can tell we have some amazingly dynamic, smart, wonderful kids in Dayton Public Schools. Tell me why you're in Dayton Public Schools.
I like going to E.J. Brown because of the staff. I love
like
the
that.
staff.
Yeah, you got a new principal. He is good.
Mm-hmm.
He walks around a lot, checks on you guys. I like him.
I want to be a robotics engineer. I want to take that to college and do great things with it.
How'd you come up with that?
I'm in a pathway called advanced manufacturing, and I'm taking it currently.
So your exposure or your experience in advanced manufacturing that you start thinking about, hey, this is the field I want to go into.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Awesome.
I like going to Belmont because I like the people, and I like the teachers, I like the staff, and especially I like the principal, Miss McDowell.
I want to go to Dayton Public Schools because I feel like every single teacher in Dayton Public Schools are really appreciated of the students that they have and show a lot of love to them.
Mm-hmm. What I like most about the district is all of the opportunities that they have, such as DPS University, where you can earn college credits while you're still in high school. The staff is really welcoming, and they're always pushing you to do your best in whatever you do.
I'm looking forward to getting some of my college credits already out of the way before I go to college. I have a lot of favorite staff members, but the one who I would say influences me the most is most likely Miss Mo, because she just stays on top of everyone and she makes sure that you're doing well and having a good day and stuff like that.
I'm thinking of studying law and becoming a lawyer because I don't really like the laws we have now. So I'd like to maybe change them.
I like it. So you want to be an advocate?
Yes.
DeAndre?
I've thought about being a realtor. I always wanted to
What?
get rid of the yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I've never heard a kid say that.
I wanted to get rid of the whole bunch of empty vacant houses around my neighborhood, family. It just seemed like a good thing to do because it just make the neighborhood look bad. Even though it's good people around there, it just make my neighborhood look bad.
The whole staff and administration helped me get through my sophomore year all the way to my senior year.
King, I appreciate you sharing that space where you said that you had some adversity, you know, and that this hasn't always been an easy road, and there was a whole family that wrapped their arms around you. I want you to know how much we in Dayton Public Schools are proud of you, first of all, and how much we wish you the best in the future, and we hope that you stay in touch with us so we're able to talk about what a graduate looks like as they move out into the world and do things other than high school.
Project Life is a transition program for students that have special needs and are on IEPs. It's post-secondary, so once they meet all their graduation requirements, their IEP team can decide that they would like to have them continue to receive services, and they can stay with us until their 22nd birthday. We teach them employability skills, how to get a job, how to keep a job, how to interact with people, interact with supervisors, how to be aware of what accommodations you need to be successful at the job. Then we give them a chance to practice that by going out in the community and working. And so our students build those skills, so once they leave, they can be successful and as independent as they can be going forward. So right now we're partnered with Boonshoff Museum. We go there weekly. The students clean the display cases, they clean high touch points. We partner with Woodman Bowl. This is our second year partnered with Woodman Bowl. We go there every Thursday. The kids vacuum, they clean and sanitize bowling balls. They organize all the shoes. In the warmer months, we go to the Learning Tree Farm. It's also our second year for that, and the kids get to do farm work or we garden. We also have a standing partnership with Innovative Plastic, and the outside business partnerships is really what makes this program great because it gives the kids an opportunity to put the skills we talk about into practice. Currently, it's open to any Dayton Public Schools student that has an IEP and has met all the graduation requirements, and it's simply a decision that their team makes at their senior IEP meeting that they want them to do what's called defer their diploma and continue to receive services. Everyone can do anything that you put your mind to. Sometimes you may have to do a little bit differently. You might have to figure out something that makes it work for you, but everyone is capable. And don't ever let anybody tell you that you're not.
Hi, my name is Penny Bain. I'm a grandmother of 2 children that attends Ruskin Elementary School. I love things down here at Ruskin because I just feel like it's a loving, caring school. They offer so much. It's the love that they get. It takes a village to raise a child, and this is a village. There's a custodian here, Mr. Body. He gives them like fist bumps, and he makes sure he gives every child one before they enter the school. And then if they're tardy, they go and then they see Miss Love, and she's always giving bear hugs and loves and said, "Now, you know, get on school on time." But my experience with one that I had is my little granddaughter had separation anxiety, and the school helped her tremendously get over that, you know, and like let her know that she is safe. She is, you know, they got a safe place for her. But it's wonderful, like the staff, and they just do so much.
Good evening. I'd like to call this April 16th, 2024 business meeting to order. Madam Treasurer, may I have a roll call, please?
President Smith.
Present.
Ms. Wick.
Present.
Dr. Goodwin.
Here.
Dr. Bailey.
Here.
Mr. Lacey.
Here.
Mr. Walker.
Present.
Ms. Reinhardt.
Present.
Mr. Nicholas.
Present.
8 present.
Stand for a pledge of allegiance. Walker done messed up. It was broke before I got it. Sure. I think we have to make him pay for that. Well, good evening, good evening, good evening. It's always good to have a full house, and especially for a good reason. Dr. Lawrence, could you kick us off with our special presentations? Why do we have our visitors here today, sir?
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, President Smith. We're going to jump right into our Math Olympics winners. Is that correct? I see you out there. Are you ready to go? Very good. Let's hit it.
Can our board members
let's head down.
Head us in front of the head down in front of the dais?
How the board members head down?
You can stay up here. Madam Treasurer, could you join?
All right. So good evening, Board President Smith, Vice President Wick, board members, Superintendent Dr. Lawrence, and Treasurer Abraha. My name is Gina Eddy. I'm the Math Academic Coordinator for the district. So we had our Math Olympics competition on March 16th at Belmont High School this year. The elementary teams, 4th through 6th grade, had 2 rounds of competition. They had the Battle of the Brains competition that was quick, grade level computation challenge, and then a critical thinking collaboration where teams worked together to solve a breakout box challenge. Our middle school teams consisted of 7th and 8th graders. They also had 2 challenges. The design challenge required teams to collect and analyze college trend data with tuition and then predict future tuition costs. They also competed in a Math Counts team round where there was a focus on teamwork and problem solving. So I wanted to start by saying thank you to the Math Olympic coordinators, coaches, parents, Chief Sheehy, the teaching and learning team, and especially our students for their hard work. At this time, we are honored to present to you the teams who placed 1st through 5th in our elementary competition and 1st through 3rd in our middle school competition. So coaches and students, please come up as I call your name. Your coach will receive your certificate and give it to you at the end of the presentation. So starting with our 5th place 4th through 6th grade team was Kaiser Elementary, coached by Zach Ward. Our 4th grade participants, Tasia Garth, Sumir Dubon Lopez, Jeremiah Wilson. Yep, come around this way. Aiden Lomezda, Kenneth Tabora Arjeta, Vanessa Sanchez. So go ahead and you're going to go right down this line and shake everyone's hand so they congratulate you on your hard work. Thank you. Our 6th grade members, Edward Castro Arias, Samir Dubon Lopez, Munira New Hussein. Congratulations. All right, now for our 4th place team from Kemp Elementary School, coached by Greg Barhorst and Tran Nguyen. Oh, so hold on, sorry, we're gonna get a photo. All right, so now we have Kemp Elementary School. Fourth grade members were Liam Bowman, Torrance Baker, Peyton Webb, David Naivaimana, Lila Regalia, Skylar Snyder, Riley Bowman, Noella Irashura, Jose Rodriguez Sanchez, and Bentley Webb. Congratulations. All right, now we have our third place team for our elementary division from Rivers Edge Montessori, coached by Michelle Richter. So as I call your name, you can come up. Our fourth grade members were Xavier Williams, Remington Pearson, Celia Rosen Velasquez, Quinn Simon, Liam Mathis, Abel Mathis, Abel Saboon, Adriana Lambez, Alejandro Rosen Velasquez, Luis Caguana Cosgo. Congratulations. All right, now we have our second place team from Eastmont Elementary, coached by Amy Gray and Michael Van Tyne. The fourth grade members were Chance Estep, Alana Pyatt, Bodie Walker. Fifth grade members, Lucas Lowen, Ella Schmidt, Brock Holt, Serenity Delton. Sixth grade members, go ahead and go down the line. Thank you. Briere Alford and Hansel Musaka. Congratulations. All right, now for our first place team for our 4th through 6th grade division is Horace Mann Elementary, coached by Michelle Shelley. The 4th grade team members are Levi France, Sophia Mitchell, Mackenzie Skeens. 5th grade members, Grayson Jenkins, Kian Johnson, Joseph Skeens, Yoredi Asumani, a 6th grade member, Malia Criswell, Jackson Davis, and Xander Troidel. All right, congratulations. All right, and now our winners from our middle school competition. So in 3rd place was Belmont Middle School, coached by Curtis Smith. 7th grade members, Ivan Baraka, Aline Perusi. 8th grade members, Owen Parton and Crystal Powell. Congratulations. All right, our second place team for the 7th and 8th grade division was Edwin Joel Brown Middle School, coached by Trevor Hopkins. The team members in 7th grade are Kasai Buckley, Joanna Mwangaza, Madison Toomer, Tyrus Winfrey, Lovely Dearth, Osama Ibrahim, Carmen Jones, and Kevon Winfrey. So congratulations. All right, and then our first place team from our 7th and 8th grade division was Stiver School for the Arts, coached by Doug Richards and Aaron Nysonner. The 7th grade members are Lacey Watson, Elise Jeffries, Ava Wilson, Maylee Steele, Vila Reinard, Yuriza Gonzalez, Jay Beagley, and Kenneth Bailey. Congratulations. And then we had 2 more members from KIP come, so if we could redo that picture really quick. So come on in. All right, that concludes our Math Olympics presentation. Thank you for all our students for all their hard work and all our teams that even weren't here tonight.
Our next presentation is the Penn Station Athlete of the Month, and is Zakia Rolak. Rolak here? Zaia Rolak. Get me together, one of my former students. Get me together. Get me together. Zaia Rolak. Come on up. Penn Station.
Please.
Yeah, I'd like to have Coach Chad Walker come up. Chad Miller, excuse me, Chad Miller. I'm messing up. And look, we've been friends 45 years. I apologize. Have Chad Miller come up, 8th grade track. Come on up. And please say a few words.
First off, I'd like to thank y'all for acknowledging Z for Penn Station Athlete of the Month. She's the #2 all-time scorer in the school history, boys or girls, with 1,398 points. She is a great athlete, great student, 3.57 GPA. Wow. So she is one that you really love to coach. No problem. She came out of her shell since her freshman year. She was always quiet, but she became a quiet leader and then became a vocal leader. So again, if you don't mind, give her a round of applause. Thank y'all so much.
Thanks, Coach. We appreciate it.
Thank you, definitely, and appreciate everybody coming out, appreciating the district for lifting up our youth. I'm proud of them. I try to take credit for Z because I got to coach her back in the day in her young days, but I admit she's definitely better than I could have given her any pointers for. So, but definitely proud of her. So, appreciate that. And like always, we always want to lift up our students for the things that they do well, because we know that there are others that would like to lift up things when they don't go well. So we want to make sure that we're always telling our story and telling about the wonderful things that happen within our district and with the students that participate in extracurriculars in our district. So thank you very much. And I want to move on there to some more presentations. We promise to keep them short as possible. You know, move them around. I don't know how much it's going to work, but your first presentation, Dr. Lawrence.
President Smith, our first presentation, we'd like to make the public aware of all of our fantastic summer programming. So I'm going to call our Chief Academic Officer up, Akeisha Sheehy, to talk about our summer enrichment programming. Not summer school, but summer enrichment programming.
Good evening, everyone. If my team could come up, we're going to share leadership here tonight. We are really excited about our summer programming this year. We are working really hard to expand opportunities and exposures for our students. So this year we have a really good start, and we look forward to expanding on it. So our first program this summer is Summer Bridge. All of these activities align with our academic action plan. This particular opportunity is for our incoming freshmen to address freshman success and high school readiness. The Summer Bridge is going to be a transitional experience for our incoming freshmen to establish a strong foundation for high school and post-graduation success. So some of the highlights will be early exposure. We will have teachers that are focused on ELA and Algebra 1 from their particular buildings in each of these, in each of the phases to help build relationships with the students. We're going to highlight all of the programming activities that they can take part of and encourage them to do that, so that they are motivated to come to school, improve attendance, and really start building the culture there. There's going to be support staff from each building as well as peer mentors, and we're going to bring in some of the older students to help with that. They're also going to do a week of exploration, and the exploration week will be tours to make connections with some of our DPS professionals so they get to know the people who service them every day. Some industry partners for each of the buildings and the pathways, as well as some college campuses. And Dr. Lawrence is really pushing the civics part of education. And so we're going to expose them to the government operations of the city. So that's going to be really fun for the freshmen. And then they will have early access. We'll give them a navigation toolkit so that they become more academically aware of expectations and standards, and they're learning that already in their 8th grade year. But just to make sure they know what the expectations are for them so that they can graduate high school and are ready for college, career, and beyond. So we will have 2 phases. The first phase will be July the 8th through the 19th, and that will be at Belmont, Meadowdale, and Stivers. And then our phase 2 will be July the 22nd through August the 2nd, and that will be at Dunbar, Thurgood, and the International School. Our next program is GEAR, and that is getting excited about reading. And the goal of this program is to provide reading enrichment, basic life skills, recreation, health and wellness activities for our students who are highly mobile and are at risk of non-promotion. That program will be June the 3rd through July the 31st. It will be housed at the International School at Residence Park, and there's going to be lots of enrichment activities for the students, as well as enrichment instruction provided by certified teachers. Our next program.
The next program is Ready, Set, Grow, which is our Kindergarten Readiness Academy. And we really have 2 goals as we're looking at this. And the first goal is to be able to increase the number of our current preschoolers that are transitioning into our kindergarten classrooms. We want to increase the number of them who are entering ready for kindergarten. Our second goal is to professionally develop our staff and to create a professional learning community to really begin to bridge that gap between our preschool teachers and our kindergarten teachers. One thing that we've noticed is with preschool being all day, 4 days a week, they don't really get a time to be able to collaborate with other teachers within their building. So we wanted to professionally build them and align our preschool and our kindergarten. So what that looks like for our teachers is they will have 4 hours of instruction with students every day from 8 to noon, and then from 12 to 2, they will have some job-embedded PD. They will have time to collaborate and to be able to plan together. We have Dr. Susan Nolan, who is an Orton Gillingham trained fellow, that is going to come up and provide coaching. She trained 200 of our teachers this year in solid strategies based in the science of reading. They are going to look at creating a collaborative community between our preschool teachers and kindergarten teachers with co-planning. We also are providing EL supports and supports for our OEC students. So this program will be housed at Rosa Parks Early Learning Center. There will be transportation provided for those that meet those qualifications. Breakfast and lunch, along with science of reading-based reading instruction, mathematics instruction designed for early number sense. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. Some more specifics. What we're looking for is 8 kindergarten teachers and 8 preschool teachers from within our district. 1 EL specialist and an intervention specialist. Students will experience specials for the first time. So we have an art teacher, a music teacher, and a gym teacher. And then we've also been able to partner with the Challenger Center out of Kaiser to begin to provide some STEM enrichment. They are going to come in and begin to do some robotics with our kindergartners.
Hi, I'm Sharon Goins, and this is year 3 of our Liddy STEM program. And it came about because some of the research says that minoritized and marginalized students don't have access to gifted instruction. So we chose students who were at the bubble, not gifted kids, and some of our kids have become gifted as a result. And we just wanted them to be exposed to the engineering design process thinking. We use curriculum from Camp Invention, and the whole idea is that they're being exposed. Thank you, Dr. Lawrence, for allowing me to have this program again. I had to, but it's just an amazing program. Our kids learn how to program drones. We use a method of literacy where they are it's accelerated, Dr. Tatum's method. So they read nonfiction in the morning, and in the afternoon they're inventing. They're inventing using this curriculum. So it's a 4-week program, 4 days a week. It started at 8:30 to 12:30, and parents asked could they stay longer. So by week 4, kids are begging to stay there. Okay. And so the whole idea is that we're getting these kids in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade, and we're putting it in their head, in their parents' head, that they're going to be on the calculus track. We want them to take the most challenging courses and robust courses that their schools have to offer. So that's kind of it.
All right, hello again. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about Summer Intensive. So Summer Intensive is put on by the males and females of color life coaches. So the goal of the summer program is to effectively improve the academic and social proficiency within the females and males students of Dayton Public Schools. So they're going to be learning self-esteem, leadership development, create short and long-term aspirations, positive dialogue, and critical thinking. The next slide. So the ways we're going to measure success is the improvement of student grades. So by tracking the students the next school year and seeing if they benefited and grew from the summer program, the improvement of student attendance, the improvement of student behavior, monitoring Tier 1, Tier 3, CE&I, 16-point KPI. And another part of the program that I am a part of is providing math and science instruction for the students. This will also be an opportunity for our teachers to get coaching and support in a classroom setting that's kind of outside of the school year. So we're really looking forward to helping students grow. I don't think I said this is for 4th through 8th grade students, so incoming 4th through 8th grade. Just kidding. Okay, so this is the overview of the schedule for the day. So daily morning academic engagement, so I just spoke to the math and the science of that. Social and emotional engagement. The life coaches will be there to support the students, do activities with them, focused on SEL. Culturally responsive group discussion, so restorative practices, things along those lines. And then also they will be doing field trips on Fridays during the program.
Hello, everyone. So I will be presenting on Apex Credit Recovery Summer School, and we're looking to rebrand that in the future, the name. But Apex is basically a summer program. It's a computer-based program designed to provide credit recovery for students who have previously failed a course. And so it's that extra help in the summer to say, hey, you may not have gotten it the first time. Let's try it again. They are able to take a maximum of 2 previously failed courses for the summer. And the way that they register, they will do that through their counselor. So this is a good chance for them to get in there with their counselors, get to know them, and to figure out how they can progress for the following year. This will take place June 3rd through the 28th, and it will be at David H. Ponitz this summer.
We also have additional programming through our 21st Century partners at our elementary schools, as well as Wagaman Junior High and E.J. Brown. So there are a lot of offerings through the 21st Century programs. All of the information and registration links can be found on our website under the Learning tab. You can click on summer camps and programs, and all of the information is there, including the 21st Century partners. Any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. First, I would like to say thank you for you all coming out, sharing this information with not only us, but really getting it out to our community. First thing I would ask is that if you, Ms. Shee, could get with Ms. Kincaid and kind of see what that would look like to, I know we have it on the Learning tab, but putting it out through our social media, giving them some directions. People who should, parents, guardians be calling about these questions, being able to put some of those numbers and emails up in our social media spaces as well, because I think that's going to be key. And I definitely want to say I appreciate what was said about even trying to change or rebrand the summer school pieces, where I know a lot of times we have that mindset where it's a summer school is a bad thing, or summer enrichment sometimes is a bad thing, and understanding how do we try to avoid the summer slide as well. So I appreciate that. I will hand it over to any board members that have any questions. I will go over to Dr. Bailey.
Yeah, on the female and males of color, where it says how you're going to measure success, are you going to follow these students, like after the summer, are you following those students for the whole year, and what is that measured by? What are you using, and who does that go to?
So our accountability department, once we have the students enrolled, what we call tag them, so that when we're looking at data, we can identify what interventions and resources those students have had.
Does that come to just Dr. Lawrence, or where does that go after?
Well, it just depends on what type of data that we're looking at. So especially when we're talking about our graduation plans or students meeting the third grade guarantee, we usually look at, what resources and interventions, or even through our multi-systems of support, we monitor what interventions have been provided to students and look at their outcomes.
So hopefully they won't kick me off the board by the end of next year. So if you don't mind, could I see that report when you guys get done with it?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, Dr.? It's hard trying to figure it out. Dr. Goodwine.
My broke microphone.
I was broke before I got here.
That's what they all say. Okay, couple questions. Let me start at the top of this presentation. What are the projections of students that we are seeking to actually have in these programs compared to the 21st Century programs that we have going on? Because they're the same grade, some of them, correct? Okay, so yeah.
So starting with Summer Bridge, our projection is we have about 200 students filtering into each high school, and our projection is about 50%, 100 per building. Our GEAR program, I was looking at their registration today, and they have over 100 right now, and registration is still open. So we would probably, what's the max on GEAR? Okay, so, and then Liddy, we have about 80. How many are you? Okay, yeah, okay, so she has 20 in that program. Ready, Set, Grow, we're looking at least 100. The males and females of color, we're looking at 80. and the other 21st century programs are at least 100 per program.
Okay.
Apex, 100. About 200 for Apex.
Okay. With the high school programs, looking at the timeline, so those are 2-week intervals, correct? How are you guys going to work with so some of the freshmen, the ones that may be in the Youth Works program, some of the freshmen that may be in the band program, because I think one of those dates are, I think the typical time that starts there. The individuals who may be joining the sports team, I don't know a freshman practice, but I do know they have summer workouts. How are we going to maneuver to try to accommodate those needs for those students who are active and doing other things, but also want to participate in this program?
So in our planning process, we collaborated with all of those entities to let them know the importance of this, and we really wanted to put this in the forefront when Dr. Lawrence started the vision of this. And so early off, we discussed this with them and asked them not to plan things during this time. With regard to Youth Works and employment, we attempted to work with them to see if we could collaborate in some way and this be a part of their work program. Unfortunately, because of funding, they said that they could not do it. So, like I said, 200, we're thinking we might get half. And hopefully, we're going to go out and we're advertising the importance of it and the value of it. And the individuals that do not come, we still have, we're planning classes for freshmen next year to make sure that everyone gets the information and it's not just a one and done, that we continue to process this and give them the support that's needed.
Okay, so that's some of my question on, are there alternative dates? Because although you may have asked people not to plan things, most of the people in the athletic world who do things aren't actually with us yet officially, and they kind of do based on the schedules availability that they have with us. And I don't know what the band is doing this year, but usually towards the end of July and August is when those things happen. But I just want to make sure that the kids don't have to pick, because both programs are equally beneficial to their involvement, especially in your first year of joining a district, of you not missing what's happening there, and just some alternatives being available so that they can be able to gain what they would get from both on that
Right,
one.
but like I said, we collaborated with them to let them know the importance, and they are going to be part of the summer bridge. So they're coming in
Who's
to
that?
work with students. Band, athletics.
Well, they don't work during that time though, so how are they coming in? Like, they're not officially with us yet.
Well, those departments.
No, so I'm speaking of the coaches. So, our coaches they don't start until August when they come on our board docs. So,
But we've talked to the athletic chief and the whole team to let them know, and they're going to be a part of Summer Bridge.
okay, so I'm gonna ask if you guys can go back, because I think there's a disconnect on what they really do versus what ideally they do. Because the workout period is you working out in a gym. Are you doing some other stuff that's not necessarily prepping for a game or anything? It's not as organized as when they're in the season, off season. So just to make sure that we have that good partnership, because again, right now at this time, the individuals who lead those students aren't necessarily connected to the chief of athletics because they haven't started working yet. And they're kind of just volunteering in their time on things like that. So you don't want volunteers to feel like they're not being appreciated for the time that they're able to give. And also, you don't want to diminish the program that you guys are trying to do, because they're both trying to enrich the child in some type of way. So just making sure, or just trying to prevent some of those gaps that may occur because of, again, you guys have planned out something well planned, and you have volunteers who are doing stuff right now because they're volunteers in that piece, and just trying to make sure we don't damage those relationships of people who are helping us, and also make kids have to feel like they have to pick. So this just kind of suggesting to
Yes, ma'am.
kind of iron that out a little bit more. I had another question, but look, go ahead. I'll pass it back. I'll come back.
Mr. Walker?
Thank you, President Smith. I actually just have two questions. With regards to the program at the international school, I see that there's a crossover between the high school program and then the other program that's operating. How will that interfere at all, or?
The students for the international school, we've been working on a collaboration, so they will be at Thurgood.
Okay. And then my last question, with regards to the international school, I see that their program is June 3rd to July 31st. With regards to summer turnover of building cleaning and things like that, that's a very tight time frame for that building to go and actually have a refresh. Has that already been worked out and things are good there and make
Yes.
sure?
Yes,
Okay.
so they were a part of the planning as well. We used just parts of the school,
Okay.
so that process can still happen.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
On this, man, I can't.
For the preschool or the kindergarten and preschool teachers that we are seeking through the summer period, how are we going to ensure or even help? I don't even know if it's possible, because I know they've been with us all school years. Because the goal, as I heard correctly, you're trying to recruit individuals who are actively with us, correct?
Yeah.
So what are we going to do to help them not reach burnout? Because it looks like they would probably have, less than a month until they have to start preparing for the next school year?
Well, it is, they work 4 hours a day, and most of our teachers, I mean, we've been inundated with teachers. They love to work in the summer and do the professional development and collaborate. I mean, that's just something that some teachers do all summer.
Is the professional development with actual children, or is that with adults?
Yes, it's with actual children, it's job embedded. So they do the professional development, and then they get feedback with their peers in the afternoon.
Okay. On the males and females of color, I see the start time is 8:00 a.m. on the flyer. What's the day length for the program?
That one is 4 hours a day too.
Okay. I like to echo the information that Dr. Bailey requested. Can I also have that as well?
The interventions?
I want to see what he said, but I do want to see kind of what the success of this program is. Even, I mean, this is a long-term thing, looking after the first quarter, because you guys won't have any data until at least first quarter, if you follow them from what those who were actually in your program the entire time versus and how it went. Are you actually going to track to the effect of the program of the individuals who did the full program versus individuals who kind of did it part-time, and trying to see how it was impactful to them?
When you say part-time with the males and females of color
Correct.
program, I think on the flyer it was broken up, but they do the 2 weeks unless they opt out. And then we would look at their attendance if they opted out to not come to full-time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Wick, and then Mr. Walker.
Thank you. I'm super excited about this. I think this is the first year we've had such summer enrichment opportunity for our students and families. I'm equally excited about the civics part of it, and I think that will be a real interesting pathway for the kids to have an experience of. So thank you for that. I'm wondering if our, for our building principals are helping distribute this information. A lot of this stuff is relational. These are communities, these are families, and sometimes if it's not located in your school, you might be a little, where am I going or whatever, but, really engaging our leadership at that level so that we can identify maybe some of our, our most, our students that may, and families that may benefit from these programs more deeply, and just get them filled up, because that would be what would really be wonderful. So I just offer that as a suggestion, and I thank you for the work, and I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker?
Just for clarity, so the summer professional development is paid professional development for the staff, and is it first come, first served sign up, or is there a limited number of slots, or how does that work?
Well, it is first come, first served, but if we see a need where people want to do it, then we allow them that opportunity. Okay. But we haven't had where we could not serve someone, or someone couldn't participate. So we haven't faced that yet.
One more thing. I went to Liddy Camp last summer, and it was fantastic. So any of you folks out there that are looking for a fun experience, kids or whatever, was really fantastic. So
Dr. Goodwine.
Yeah, I just had a request. It's not necessarily related to what you guys talked about today, but it's based off what Mr. Walker said regarding the professional development. Do we have something planned for our long-term subs and their professional development over the summer? Or, I know I've heard a couple little things that we've been doing during the school year, but just kind of interested, has there been any thought into helping those individuals actually use this time to kind of ramp up to be a little bit more?
I can respond to that, Dr. Goodwine. We're asking the principals to identify the teachers who are uncertified. We're kind of transitioning language out of long-term to uncertified because we're trying to support and pour into those folks, so uncertified. And we're working on a 2-week boot camp for them this summer to prepare them to teach, as well as also looking at title funds to help support their academic journey toward certification.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments? CV, Mr. Walker, do you have something?
I do not.
Okay, just checking.
I'll send an email.
Oh, man. Well, I want to say I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for what you do for our district each and every day. And please get with Ms. Kincaid, like was said, and so we can really get that out to our family members, so we can have people take advantage of these opportunities. Thank you. Dr. Lawrence, back to you, sir.
Hey, thanks a lot. Ms. Sheehy and your team, thank you so much. I watch you doing the really difficult work, trying to dot all the I's and cross all the T's, and this is going to be an exciting summer. And thank you to Operations for your support as well. We are moving to the highlight of the presentations. I know summer was important, but we're bringing up the two heavy hitters, the business manager and the associate superintendent, to walk through the Innovative Learning Center and the work that we've done to prepare for, also known as Alternative School for those out watching and those who are in the buildings, but one did not exist at the beginning of this year, and so we've been pushing to try to put this in place to provide supports for some of our most challenging students. And there's an enrichment component to this as well. So I'm like really excited to hear this presentation. So Lisa Miner, Associate Superintendent, Tiffany Powell, have at it, Business Manager.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Lawrence, Board President Smith, board members, viewing audience, and visiting audience. I'm Lisa Miner, the Associate Superintendent, and it's my pleasure to present with our Business Manager, Mrs. Tiffany Powell, about a very important topic, our alternative school. As the board knows, we have more than 12,000 students, and we also have a population that has some of our children come to us having experienced extreme trauma, and they need extra supports. And so what we're going to do today is demonstrate through our slides a plan that we have to support all learners so they can all achieve. Another service that this alternative school will provide is something in lieu of suspension. We have many suspensions throughout the year. Children go home. This would be another site that they would go to in lieu of suspension, and we know every day that they're suspended, it negatively impacts their performance on testing, as well as puts them at risk of not graduating. So it's our goal to make sure we provide high-quality services for all children. So we're letting Miss Kidd get the, okay, she's getting our PowerPoint up. And while she's doing that, I contacted Delina Ogletree, who's one of our data experts, and she said we actually have about 182 students that are living in group homes. We have 388 that are in foster care, and about 547 who are considered homeless or unhoused. Many of them need wraparound services, so we'd be able to provide that as well. We even have about 30 unaccompanied youth. So as she's getting our PowerPoint ready, we'll
Can you say
just
those
to give
numbers one more time?
Yes. We have for approximately 182 students currently living in group homes, approximately 388 in foster care, 547 unhoused or homeless, and approximately 30 that are unaccompanied youth. So we have to provide services, and we'll talk about that today.
Thank you.
Okay, I think she's got it up now. So as we mentioned, we'll start with what are some of the features of our Innovative Learning Center. The center will be providing educational services for grades 6 through 12 students in a non-traditional learning environment with a focus on social emotional wellness and academic achievement. We'll also be providing temporary transitional services for students entering school from possibly the juvenile justice centers, residential treatment centers, having experienced extreme trauma or other serious factors that may need mental health and wellness support. The Alternative Learning Center will promote the development of resiliency, academic, behavioral, and social skills. These skills will lead towards a more productive and educated member of our community. And when we say resiliency skills, those are some of the skills that all students need to succeed in life as far as their thoughts and responses to the importance of education, building confidence in the students, allowing them and developing connectedness, teaching them how to handle stress, well-being, and intrinsic motivation. So we'll continue with the next slide. The Innovative Learning Center will use positive behavior interventions and supports and restorative practices to help students succeed in all areas. The expectations are respect. Students are expected to respect each other and themselves, responsibility. The ILC will help students to be responsible and active in their own education and success, readiness. A positive attitude is a key to success. Students are expected to be prepared and ready to learn. And so the next slide will give us some more details. As the students enter our Innovative Learning Center, we will provide them with their independent student plans, which will include a personalized academic plan, on-site behavioral therapy and mental health, service learning experiences for that whole child, some college and career readiness opportunities that we're securing now is a partnership with Dayton Job Corps, CSU, Central State University Dayton campus, which is located right here in the city, and our continuing for these students as well, our Montgomery County Workforce Development, as well as having a life coach right there at the Innovative Learning Center. Many of these students, if they age out and they're with us and they stay in the center, some will transition into traditional schools. It just depends on what the data shows. We definitely want them to be successful after graduation. Dayton Job Corps provides them housing, or if they don't need to stay there, they can still come on campus and take certification, have certification opportunities, as well as when they finish the certification, they actually do job placement for them. While they're attending the Job Corps, they actually get stipends. So it's a nice way to support. CSU Dayton has offered classes and certifications to these populations, and Montgomery County Workforce Development also provide extensive supports for job readiness skills. So educating the whole child as we move forward, what will it look like? Who are some of the key players? There'll be an academy coordinator or administrator, highly skilled in servicing this students that have had challenges, family and community social worker, mental health therapist, right on site to receive the children and provide them, the young people, and provide them with extra mental health therapy and supports, as well as a highly skilled instructional staff of teachers and paraprofessionals who are also highly skilled with working with populations that need extra supports and helping to develop relationships so that all children can succeed. So phase one, as we're beginning, our goal is to open in August, and we're starting with grades. The space will be divided into three sections. Grades 6 through 8 will be supported. We will have a freshman academy just for those students to give them the wraparound and readiness skills that they need, since we know our ninth graders is a at-risk area in all schools, as well as grades 10 through 12, really focusing on their graduation success plans and getting them ready. Our goal is to have a full arts program and curricular activities, extracurricular activities for wellness. There are therapists out there that do art therapy, music therapy. We'll be partnering with specialists to bring those things into this environment because this population would benefit from it significantly. So what are some of the resources and what type of environment do we want to provide? We want to make sure it's an open, friendly environment that all learners can appreciate and benefit from. Flexible learning spaces that allow for a wide range of teaching methods and classroom configurations. Social emotional wellness, definitely a calming down or sensory room, and creative expression, a space for the arts, the music, creative writing, different ways that they can express themselves. These are things that we've worked with the educational architects on as they're designing our spaces. The next slide tells more. We know we'll need confidential meeting spaces for our families and caregivers. We definitely want a library to really encourage literacy and cooperative group learning spaces so that students are able to work collaboratively with each other as they're developing their skills. Another space that we're looking for in our learning center on the next slide is a multi-purpose room. So students in the ILC will have space for breakfast and lunch, meals, mobile serving space. There's a mobile cart for nutrition services, indoor physical activity space, and additional testing space as needed. So one of the most important decisions as we've been working collaboratively with our operations department is which location, where should we have the center? Where can we open in August and provide supports? And based on the skills trades experts and all of those that did inspections of our sites, where should we go? So we have 3 different options, and I'm going to turn the rest of the presentation over to our business manager, Mrs. Powell, who will be going over those options and what their research determined.
Thank you. So one of the things that we kept in the forefront of our minds was, what can we do soon? What are our options to be able to have our students there in August, understanding the urgency, the importance of having this as a program. So we do have some options. We did we did do some searching, some research with our trades. So I'll present the first location. The first location is the existing Mound Street. And Mound Street is a space that is underutilized. There is a population in the building, but the building has two levels. The main level is what is being used on a regular daily basis for the Mound Street programming. And the lower level, there is a lot of spaces that are not currently being used. McKinney-Vento has been headquartered there with their resources, and they do have some storage space there. And also the current building is using it, the current school is using it for some testing on a smaller scale. One of the things that we talked about while we were putting this presentation is opportunities for funding. And one of the things that came up while we were discussing this was using this building with the same IRN, increasing our population means an increase in funding. We're actually putting more students in a building. The current facility, the cafeteria and the kitchen, it can support additional students and staff, the additional traffic. Parking is of an abundance. It's also suitable for additional traffic. And the current structure of the building, again, understanding that there is an urgency with this, there are separate entrances for both ILC and Mount Street. So we would not have to worry about does this program go before this program. They're able to do whatever works best to fit their programming. It's an excellent location. It's right across the street from Central State University Dayton West. The food bank, they also partner with Mound Street, and it is directly on a bus line. Next slide, please. So we have been working on what would that look like. So this is a floor plan of the lower level there. It's a little hard to read on the slides, but if you are looking on your computer and you zoom in, the blue represents classroom spaces. The large blue area to the right is what we would use as a multi-purpose space or a flex space. The green is more of your admin areas. And then there are some spaces there that are not identified. That's current. Restrooms, your back of the house type deal with mechanical, electrical areas and whatnot. The peach color in the middle is where McKinney-Vento is, and we would be looking to keep them in the same space. And again, this is what we could do to have this ready to go by August. Next slide, please. The second option is off-site, and this would be a site that the district would need to purchase. It is located near Wright Brothers Middle School, corner of Smithville and Burkhart, Bethel Church. There are two properties that we would have access to should we make that decision to move forward. There is plenty of parking. There is a site plan there, and it is available immediately. It is a building that is ready to go. They've kept meticulous records. They've taken a very good care of the building. The pictures, again, are a little bit blurry there, but there is a multi-purpose space. There are classroom spaces. There are spaces for us to grow as we want to increase our PD options. There are rooms available that could hold your larger size groups, which is something that, to be honest, we struggle with as we want to increase our PD offerings. Next slide, please. Those are just some of the interior spaces located at the church. The top three are some larger rooms where you can host a large amount of meetings. There's a smaller conference room. The furniture, furnishings are all negotiable. There's a very, very large space to have board meetings or plays or concerts. And then there is some kitchen space. That is just one of the kitchens. They have a few between the two properties. But that is one to where we might could have some students come and provide some goodies while we're having meetings. Next slide, please. And the third location, we did not take this lightly. And we do appreciate the question about whether or not Jackson would be a suitable facility to house the ILC. My short answer is not at this time, because there is a lot of work that needs to be done in order to get this ready for students. Currently, the building has 35 plus employees. It is the home for our IT offices, repair shop, and that's where they have some storage. So anytime the devices break, that's where they go. Athletics is there. They also have some storage space. Purchasing, nutrition services, and operations. And operations does also have some storage space there. We currently do not have another location for this group to transfer to. So that was something that we had thought about, like what could we do with that group. It's not fully ADA compliant. It hasn't been used as a school in quite some time, so there would need to be some upgrades to the restrooms, drinking fountains, things of that nature. The HVAC system is currently under construction, and if anybody has stopped by Jackson recently, it's either hot or cold. You're either in Alaska or you're in Texas. So that system will not be done by the time that school starts. There is no cafeteria. There is no kitchen. We piecemealed a kitchen together several years ago, but that equipment has been dispersed to serve the students in the schools. Currently, the occupancy of the building is set to business, so we will need to go through the process of having that changed to education. There is no student furniture there, so we will need to purchase furniture. To do that, we would need to be on the waiting list, and typical lead times for furniture is somewhere around 8 to 12 weeks. The auditorium, there's some pictures there. It's inaccessible. There have been some structural issues. That is currently where the contractors are housed, but it also needs extensive renovation. It needs carpet and lighting, paint, new window coverings. And then we have discovered, since we've been in the building, there are some drainage issues. Increased amounts of, trying to phrase this in an easy way, increased amount of people in the building, increased use of the facilities. We have discovered some issues that we would need to contract out to take care of. And the unsafe walking access, 35 is right there. And so people speed across there. They run lights all the time. And the 2-ish years that we've been housed at Jackson, we've seen many people run the light. They run up and down Abbey. So we did not feel that that was a safe walking space for students who would be attending that school. Next slide, please. So what we wanted to do was just to make sure that we put together a full package of what our vision is for the building itself, and how we can make sure that we are trying to accomplish achievement for all. Next slide. Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I'll kick it off to the board. Just like as always, I want to say thank you for bringing this to the board. Is it dark in here? Okay. It's dark in here. I can't see you guys right now. Appreciate that. I will kick it off. Who wants to start off? Come on, man. Y'all can't point at each other, and then y'all like the little Spider-Man meme right now. I will
go first the last time.
Why can't it be a Spider Woman?
Spider
Gender
person.
discrimination.
Spider person. Dr. Goodwin.
Okay, I have a series of questions. Fourth and fifth graders, what would occur with those children? And just to, actually, before I have statements first. So this idea came, for those who didn't know, from our first board retreat last year, and actually came from former board member Deion Sampson, who was a part of the schools that tapped there, and his knowledge of what was happening, because technically, actually, you cannot be expelled or just kicked out of a elementary until you're in fourth grade. And our current practice is that we rotated through the elementary schools. Is that correct?
So right now, our fourth and fifth grade, we have a center, a classroom at Cleveland with support.
Does it rotate every year to another school, or is it only at Cleveland?
I don't know about rotating.
So in the past, it was rotating.
Okay.
It was at Cleveland last year too.
Okay. Where was it the year before?
I wasn't here. I don't know.
And one thing we've done, and I should have included that, for the younger.
Hold on, let me finish this first before you do that
Okay.
part. So I was just giving the background where it came. So
Okay.
the thought came because you essentially were taking children who were disruptive or had additional needs out of one environment, and you were placing them in another environment. And kind of some of the things that he was telling us about that at that point was, you're not necessarily helping because you don't have more structure, or you don't have more opportunities for them to correct the behavior. You just took them from one location to the next. So then the next part of that, just want to catch y'all up, because I told the people yesterday at the thing this too. The next part of that was the discussion where we actually had it with the chief of schools at that time, which is the former Chief Hayden, and Chief Dooley was actually at that one with us as well. And initially, the thought was to build a school and rent out one of these office spaces. And then the idea came back as, well, you guys have an actual school at Jackson. Why wouldn't you just move the individuals to an office space and build your school there? So from that point, there were several things that occurred. I think we invested some money. I don't know what happened to it, but some recommendations came that the board approved to do some of the things to start readying that school for that piece. So my first question is, what happened to the things that we approved? And this would, Dr. Lawrence, you may know better than Ms. Powell, because you were the business manager at that time. Several recommendations that came through that were identified that we started to put on that path. What happened to those things?
So I came in September of 2022, and I think that the recommendations piece had already happened, and I believe
No,
that.
it did not. It happened after the 2023 first board retreat. So this would have been about February.
Oh, the Cincinnati one.
Yes, that was our first one. So this was actually, because you were the
that's
spearhead
right.
of this process for us.
Yeah, so that was HVAC. We need to start with HVAC, and I think we have started that process. So that was beginning of it, the HVAC. That was the big recommendation.
It was the arts too, in the little one room. I remember that one. I mean, there were several recommendations that were brought for us.
I was looking in there today, Tiffany, have they started that? Because that was unsafe where that.
Correct.
Yeah,
There
where
were
that
several
space
things
was.
that
Yeah,
were
we moved that out.
The structural issues have been corrected. So now it would be a matter of rewrapping the arches because they had to take the aesthetic wrapping down. So it would be a matter of rewrapping that. But the HVAC is ongoing.
Okay, and then I didn't see on here, because before I even get into the school itself, I didn't see price points on any of these buildings. So I don't know to date, off the top of my head, how much we've already started putting into Jackson from 2023. And then I kind of want to know, from the options that you guys showed us, what is the cost of those things?
Yeah, I have the to-date numbers. I can get those to you, and then Ms. Powell, you can let me respond.
We can put that together.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of what they are? Especially the purchasing of the building, what was that, what is that selling for?
So both buildings, we have the option of purchasing one, which would be the church itself, or the Family Life would be the second building. To purchase just the church by itself, it's listed for $1.7 million. And if we wanted to get both, it would be $2.2 million, $2.25.
Okay. So, yeah, if myself, and I would imagine that my colleagues up here would also like to see what the projections of cost is, because to put 2.2 million is just to buy a building, and that has nothing to do with the operating of a building and knowing some of the other things, just that gives me pause on that one, which is why I lean more towards Jackson, because we own it already, and I would rather put money in a building that we own than to buy another one and add it to our portfolio when we have some that need to be built on. So now into my first question, the 4th and 5th graders. Because the proposal here was about 6 and up, and how did you land on 6 and up?
Well, we looked at the data. We have very few suspensions, expulsions with the early grades. However, we do know we need to address them, and we need to provide support, and starting all the way from preschool. And so the 6 through 12, we felt developmentally was better to keep them in one site. And then if we have students all the way from K through 5 that have severe issues, we will have them at Cleveland. But another partnership that we're establishing or bringing back, we used to have it in the district, is YCATS. And YCATS is the early childhood, early learners, mental health, behavior therapy supports. And they service grade ages 3 through 8. And we're partnering with them, so if there are any students in those ages that need extra support, they do family counseling and children therapy. They do a day treatment, 2 days a week for half a day. So we'll be bringing that to the board for an approval. Another advantage to that is they'll provide consulting services throughout our buildings and provide support to teachers who may need extra support with classroom management because of a child's triggers that could cause problems. But Cleveland would be the site. If they are assessed to need the day treatment, that would be at the YCAT Center, which is currently at the old St. Elizabeth, and we would provide transportation. And if they're in that program, they also get family counseling to really build. We want to set up as much prevention and support for our families as possible from preschool all the way to 12th grade.
And that's a great plan when we're only thinking about prevention. We're in the thick of things right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard you looked at data. Did you talk to people?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Which people did you talk to?
We talked to several teachers. We know there's some severe problems. And YCATS is preventive, but it's also a treatment. So a child that has severe trauma and maybe violent tendencies or whatever, they do support those children, and that's why we're bringing that back to the district.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. One of the things here is that people who, and even in my generation alone, people who don't put their children in our district is because they have a safety issue here. And it's not necessarily a safety issue that is about weapons. It's about their children don't feel safe because of some things that occur in our district, because some things get away. We've seen an uptick in violence in elementary alone against some individuals. So when I asked, did you talk to people, I'm not just talking about a couple teachers, because the feedback that all last year that we got, I mean, there are a multitude of things. Even in yesterday's group of individuals, they identified several things that I didn't see in this slide. And I think this this is a wonderful program for kids who are ready to be rehabilitated. I think our reality is that we're dealing with children who aren't ready to be rehabilitated, and they're going through something that we're forcing them to be a part of because the law gives us the ability to do that. So that piece, did you only talk to teachers? Were parents involved? Have you talked to principals?
Well,
Because they've shared a lot of ideas.
We talked to all stakeholders, but we're open to more conversation about it. This is a plan of response to what our community needs and our children need. And I would disagree that certain children aren't ready to be rehabilitated or whatever. I do believe we can save all children with the right treatments and with the right people working with them, because I've seen it. I've experienced it. So I don't discount anyone's child. And we need to respond and help all children, and that's what this plan is about.
And I would say, I mean, it's okay to disagree. People should have different opinions. Because on the opposite side, like I worked in juvenile court. I've seen the opposite and a lot of other things as well. Question for you on what would be the length of time that a student would have to be in this facility if they got
That would
there?
depend on the child. There would be a criteria that is established, and there's some points that we would collect, evidence we would collect to see if they're ready to transition it back into a traditional school. And so that's a case-by-case situation. Some children may not even have to go there if they're once our assessments, whatever our assessments say, it's going to determine their ability to interact and be productive in a traditional school. But that's our goal for all of them. Some it may be a couple of months, some it may be a year.
Okay, I'm gonna pass the mic because I got a ton of questions, but I know some of y'all got some too, so I'm gonna let y'all go. And I'll keep-
All right, I have a couple. First, off of that, what if there's a parent who just believes that this is just a better learning type environment for my child? What does that look like? Is that an opt-in? What would, in your mind, that look like if I'm just like, you know what, the traditional educational experience is not what my child needs. I like this kind of space.
And I've worked with parents like that. That would definitely be an option. Especially I've seen it with a lot of the teenage situations. If they get there and they're succeeding and they want to, that would be an opportunity. Our goal is to provide the best services for each child's individual situation. And if they're successful and we're able to provide them all the supports, we definitely will allow that to be an option.
Okay. Pass it down. Anybody have anything on this side?
Yeah, I do. With Samaritan Behavioral Health, you probably talked to Christina.
Yes.
Okay, so will they be in the school, or will they also be able to have the students come along with their family to Samaritan Behavioral Health to do therapy with them? Will they be able to do dual?
Yeah, so right now, before COVID, they did have sessions in the school. Since COVID, they have the day therapy at their center. So what would happen is the consultant that would work with our schools, like I'll say our preschool center, they would come in and assess the students that we may think need extra support. They would then work with the family, and we would mutually work with YCATS to provide the 2 days a week. They would go to their center for a half a day and get that support and really educational system to get them ready for an educational setting for so many weeks. So they would, unlike before, it wouldn't be there at the school, it would be at their center. But the one thing I like about what they can provide is if they're there for Tuesday and Thursday for the half day, when they're in their classroom in Dayton Public for 2 days, one of their consultants can come and see how they're doing and provide tips to the teacher. So it's like a collaborative effort. And we think that that's going to be the key because we want them to be successful everywhere.
Yeah, I've worked with them. I mean, they're really good.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Wick?
Thank you. Thank you for this work and this presentation. Again, I'm super excited about it. I mean, excited is not the right word. It's necessary, you know. I had the opportunity to attend a meeting this week around business downtown, and there was a statistic given that the number one call for police intervention in downtown urban areas is teen violence. And our students, our families are our kids have had a lot of trauma, and their responses out here require this type of education. So I don't think that we're in a position where this crisis mandates that we respond now, and I think that we need a facility like this. So in the honor of time and responding to it now, I know what I support. Not that down the road or next year it couldn't be something or something else, but for this year and for now, I believe that you guys are on the right track. So thank you for the work, and looking forward to all of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Bailey?
Yeah, with McKinley-Vento, you said they're storing stuff in the Mound Street. We know what they're storing?
Oh, they have, if you visit, they have clothing, toiletries, just a lot of things that, so they can respond as the schools say certain kids need things, they can get it to them right away. You know, their coats, if you go down there and visit, their coats and hats and school supplies, toiletries, all those things a lot of our children that may be unhoused need. So
And
they
I think
can
you said that the Mound Street School will still be operating as
Yes.
normal?
Yeah.
You don't think that there'll be any interference with the?
It's a lot of space, like if you were to walk through, and
been
it
in
would
there.
be on the lower level. I think as long as we have the structures in place and the right staffing, it would be a positive thing.
And what kind of security would you have? Because, I mean, Mound Street
Yeah.
has a lot of adults.
Mhm.
You know, they're
Mhm.
transitioning. So what kind of security and?
Yeah,
What
we
would
would
that
definitely
look like?
consider that and have good security protocols. A lot of times, it's all in the culture that is established at the school. And I've seen gang members and children that come with a violent past, and when they enter a school that has a culture of belief and success, they change. So the key's going to be the culture that the staff establishes for those children. And children rise to our expectations, or they fall to our expectations if we have low expectations.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lacy, then Dr. Goodwin.
Okay, so to use Mound Street, you would move McKinney-Vento out and have just Mound Street
No.
on one level and
No, there's
ILC.
enough space. McKinney-Vento would keep their space because there's plenty. There's no reason, right, there's no reason for them to leave. Mound Street has the upper level. This is
Okay.
in the lower level where we have limited staff but a lot of space.
And is this architectural drawing, is this something that you've had drawn up for this purpose? Or I can't see it. I try to blow
So
it up, but it's not that clear to me.
We have been working with an architect. They are in the process of creating some renderings of what the spaces could look like. But that is just a bubble diagram of where the spaces would be.
Okay.
And so they will work on the images of what the opportunities are for what it could look like.
So that's a lower level but it's not a basement, is it, or is it? I don't know. What is it?
I don't think it's,
Oh, okay.
yes.
To go to Mount Street, yeah. And yeah, the drawing is also by the architect. I thought I saw a drawing. Yeah, the rendering that has the walls with achievement, success, respect, that's not a picture, that's a drawing.
Correct.
That was also put together by the architect.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. For time, we did receive that late, so I tried to enter it in. It didn't make the presentation that was presented here on the slides, but it's good to see that it did make it. Yes, that is an architectural drawing.
Okay. How many students total are we thinking about? Students and staff?
We're looking at about 100 students that we would be able to receive. We would have the 3 groups, the 6-8, the freshman academy, and the 10-12. And we would have enough teachers so that it's a 1-to-10 ratio, just depends on who's coming in, and pair us with them. An administrator, social worker, mental health on site, along with the life coach.
So how many teachers?
At least 10.
Okay. Most probably from the current pool? or-
Yeah,
okay.
yes. Mhm. Unless there's some outside that have the skills and experience.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation.
Dr. Goodwine, then Mr. Walker.
What assessments would be used?
Well, we'll use the same academic assessments that we use with the regular core curriculum. We'll also use a resiliency assessment. We recommend, there's another assessment we'd like to use when they come in called SBIRT, which will tell us if a child has tendencies towards drug addiction, alcoholism, suicide, things like that. The resiliency assessment will let us know where they fall on those 6 very important skills of success, of connectedness, understanding or thoughts on education, stress, how do they handle and respond to stress, motivation, confidence. All of those skills are something that we would work on through the SEL curriculum to increase. I find that when you're working with this population, we have to address that in addition to the academics for them to be a success.
Okay. And I didn't think I heard you guys mention anything that's new. Like, is there a new service that's coming in that will come into this program that's not readily available right now?
Well, the resiliency we just started this year, so that's new. I'm not sure if we are offering SBIRT at any of our schools.
Okay. So
I'm not sure if we are, maybe
So
we are.
how are those things working right now, and how is it pairing with our schools right now? Because if these services, if all these resources are available today.
I didn't say the resiliency just started this year, and we're getting the end of the year results. However, I do have experience with that assessment, and I know it's been very successful. And it is a way to track the child's non-academic skills that they need for success. And I can show you data on that.
Yeah, I understand that one. I'm asking, though, if we have the supports that you guys have mentioned that would kind of really be targeted here, available to us now, how are those supports working with our population right now?
I don't know that we have this level of wraparound supports at the schools. Right now, children that come to us that are enrolling generally just go to the school normal, like a normal child, without the assessments being done prior to them entering in an academic and non-academic plan of success. So if I'm a 10-year-old and I've never attended school because of some emotional trauma, I'm just placed at a school. That's what's happening right now. There aren't those assessments that are happening that would happen in this environment of receiving the child and making sure those wraparound supports are provided, getting them ready for a traditional school and then placing them. That's not happening.
Okay. You said that furniture Ms. Powell, you said furniture, you only mentioned it on the last one. Is furniture readily available in the first two options?
There is currently furniture at Mound Street, and there is some furniture available at Bethel Church.
Okay, so if Mount Street wasn't selected, could we not use the furniture at Mount Street at another location?
So the furniture at Mound Street.
I think you gotta pull the
it's-
mic up.
The furniture at Mound Street is based on the cubicle system. So most of it, the vast majority of it is attached to the cubicles that are there.
Okay. And how do cubicles compare to classrooms?
So the ask was to find a location in a space that we could utilize immediately or close to immediately by the first of school. Mound Street has been in existence, and when we acquired the building, the furniture came with it. So they have been accustomed to using that space for children. There is some furniture available, again, at the church that we would have access to, but there is nothing available of that nature at Jackson Center.
Okay. You mentioned that there are 35 employees who work at Jackson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the capacity of the service building? And I do understand that currently transportation individuals are in the service building. So the second question on that is the timeline for the transportation building to be complete, and if we're on target for that, and kind of what is the capacity of the service building?
Actual numbers, I'd have to get back to you on that information. Transportation is currently utilizing the entire downstairs, and they have kind of meandered their way upstairs, so they are utilizing some space upstairs for meetings and whatnot. There is a space that is not currently, but I believe we have identified a population that is going to take that space.
Which population is that?
OT, PT, school psychs, and other ancillary folks who are in the bottom of Mount Street.
Okay. And of our other building office spaces, are we fully at capacity throughout the district?
What other office spaces?
I think the ones we have, to my knowledge, we have Ludlow 2. We have,
That's the current administration building across the street.
Okay.
There's not enough space for 35-plus people and storage to move there.
okay, and have you guys looked into what office space, any office space at all outside of here? And what that cost would be?
Office space,
For-
no, we have
for-
not.
Yeah. All right. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Mr. Walker?
Thank you so much for the presentation. So to start my questions, the district purchased Mount Street in 2020, and it's still been at a capacity of about 150 students. The district hasn't looked at increasing that enrollment at no time frame? Because, and the reason I bring that up, because there was a parent who I interacted with who had a student in Stivers who actually pulled her student out of Stivers because Mount Street was a better option for their child. And I'm just curious of what are we doing about marketing Mount Street for what it is today and not what it's potentially going to be in the future?
Well, Mound Street is one of our top schools for helping children get on track and do well. So we encourage families if they feel that that's where their child needs. And there's space at Mound Street and their upper level. When you walk through, because of their flexible scheduling, there is space for other students, and we're very open to marketing it more. It's a wonderful program that we definitely will continue to support because it's needed.
Mr. Walker, internally, Ms. Dooley holds counselor meetings there at Mount Street to explain the programming and how students can benefit by going there. And then Mount Street was part of a presentation here last year in June. They one of the presentations, and so internally we market it. They've been to the board to present, and we can also do a better job of saying, hey, externally, Try Mount Street. It's right across the street from CSU West. Pathways, college and career pathways are right there. It's an exciting space. So we can do better, and we will.
The second, thank you for that. The second part with Mount Street is, again, I've spoke on Mount Street where some of their classrooms are actually using hallway space and not the bottom space because of the offices. So a two-part question is, McKinley-Vento is housed out of there. Why? When a lot of their work comes from student assignment, and that would be a perfect location for them to engage with parents or actual buildings instead of in the basement over there. Same thing with females and males of color. I believe OSU uses space in there with one person for one cubicle that has like a whole corner area almost as big as this space.
Yeah, so you're asking why is McKinney-Vento there?
McKinley-Vento and the other programs that are currently there.
McKinney-Vento, they do spend a lot of time within enrollment, as you know, but they do need storage because of all of the things they have that they give to the children. So they need a bigger space. I don't think there is. I'm almost sure there's not enough space for them to move to student enrollments.
Okay, but the fifth floor on the south side of Ludlow that currently houses the music department with 2 office spaces and a big conference room. I believe we completed a build out for the preschool department, but we can't do one for McKinley-Vento.
We can consider it. They just have a much bigger space than what the preschool office is, which was like a classroom size. The space McKinney-Vento has is almost double that size, and they need it.
But they have 2 staff over there, right? And preschool has how many?
They have 2.
But then they have the teachers that do the summer piece as well.
There's just 2 people in there. I don't know
Okay.
what you mean.
My next question is, I believe there was a reference to nutrition services. Nutrition services at Mount Street is actually on the 2nd floor. So with the interaction with students that may potentially be on the basement, how would that actually work out with those students?
Well, what we said, they could definitely do different lunch periods. However, their space, if it's more, and that would be the individual student plan. Some students, it might be a trigger if they went to any cafeteria type area. So there'll be a space in the lower level that is suitable for meals as well. And that's the benefit of it. But we definitely don't want children to be isolated, and there's enough, with the scheduling, there could be 2 lunch periods. But some of the students in the Innovative Learning Center, it may be best for them to eat in a lower level, multi-purpose area.
But that would require another build out or something like that
No,
for storage of meals?
No, not if you have the mobile cart. We already have that, and it would be the same as when in the regular traditional schools, sometimes they do meals in a room or move them to another space, so that wouldn't be a problem at all.
And then I believe, so looking back at like the Longfellow Way, so will students go back to like action settings and things like that?
I'm not familiar with action settings. There would be individual plans for each child.
Okay.
And we would make sure that that plan is followed for their success.
And to date, has there been any intervention plans or setups for students outside of Cleveland?
For the K-5 children?
K-12.
What was the question?
Has there been any intervention set up currently similar to, for instance, like the Mount Street potential model or what the presentation is on for students outside of those grades, outside of Cleveland? What other programs are there for intervention for students that are disciplinary problems or things like that?
At the elementary level, middle school, high school?
K through 12. So if we're looking at 3rd through 12, however you want to classify it, are there any other interventions in place for those students?
There are academic and behavior interventions that are, I guess you could say, par for the course within the building in terms of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, and through PBIS. But we had a total of 4, I think, kids who were at Cleveland last year, or this year, a total of 4. So we don't have a lot of kids there at Cleveland.
Okay. On to Bethel. I actually Googled and saw Bethel was $1.7 million. I'm curious of how do we get to Bethel, and if we're looking at Jackson Center or Mount Street, I believe Bethel may need to look at an ADA compliance and a build out there as well. So how did Bethel become a factor into this?
We're making recommendations. We're giving options to the board. So that was one of the things we thought about. What about another building site? So we're giving the 7 board members your options.
I appreciate the options. I was just giving a question of how did that become a part of it?
So we had searched through the city and just took a look at what was available. There are a lot of things that were not, I would not recommend that we would entertain looking at due to the extensive amounts of work that needed to take place. And also understanding that we needed something that was almost move-in ready. And the fact that you could look out the window and see Wright Brothers was appealing to us. And so we thought that this would be an option to present.
Okay. Was the former Greater Dayton School that's behind this building that they just moved out of that may potentially be move-in ready, that wasn't an option?
It can be. We did not see that on the site that we were looking for, but we can take a look at it.
Okay. Let's see. With regards to the pictures that was used in the Jackson Center presentation, why wasn't the other upgraded rooms used in there?
Upgraded rooms.
Yeah, I believe there's beautiful spaces over there that was just recently renovated with new lighting, carpet install, and things like that. I believe I went to an athletic meeting in there with the coaches. But those pictures, it was all of the storage pictures that was in there.
So the reason that we made a decision to kind of update that space a little bit, we didn't purchase any carpet for the building. We had some carpet that was allocated for different things from some time ago, and it was available. And the fact that we used that space for meetings, different dignitaries, administration, we wanted a space that looked nice when we brought people to the facility.
I appreciate that. I think my question was more so, why were these pictures used and not those updated spaces pictures?
I can send additional pictures if needed, but we were highlighting, or not highlighting, but it was an honest discussion about the challenges that Jackson Center has at the moment. We can't have that ready with some of the issues to turn around by August.
And regarding just looking at employees that are working out there that may have health issues, or if there became a BWC issue, so the staff's health and concerns are not as important as the students of working out of that building?
It is, absolutely. So that's one of the reasons why we were doing the HVAC upgrades. It's important for the adults as well as the students. But we are trying to keep our money in the buildings for the students.
I would disagree when Bethel was an option at 1.7 million. And I think my last question would be, so no student furniture exists.
At Jackson, no.
At Jackson, no, but we would have had student furniture to put at Bethel or Mound Street.
As I mentioned earlier, the furniture at Mound Street is
Very
attached
outdated.
to the cubicles, but it is available to us. That doesn't exist right now at Jackson.
Okay, and then my last question for the treasurer basically would be, how much funding is left in ESSER that has not been allocated?
Everything is allocated, but it can be revised.
Okay, that was my last question.
All right, got a couple ones. Back to the offerings of a school. Got some questions there. One, any thoughts around how do we provide outdoor spaces for the youngest that we would have in these spaces? I know that was one of the conversations about why Residence Park was chosen with the international schools being able to have some outdoor spaces. Has there been any thought around this kind of offering? What would that look like, and then how would we accomplish that?
We did have a picture of an outdoor space in a phase 2, and we didn't include it because we felt that was important. And it was actually reconfiguring and restructuring some of the parking lot because there's so much space over there. Anticipating we wouldn't need, it's such a large parking lot, part of it could be reconstructed to provide some outdoor activity, but we did have some pictures of that. We just didn't include it.
All right. Secondly, students with IEPs, how would we accomplish some of their needs? How will we go about some of the concerns around parents with the various different needs that we face, behavior interventions, some of the issues that come about, the needs of having staff to handle that? Are those accounted for with the 10 or so teachers that you spoke on?
Ms. Densmore, could you come up? She's one of the co-chairs of the transition committee for alternative schools, so she can definitely speak to that in terms of FBAs and alternate placements.
So in an effort to make this work, we'll have to have intervention specialists employed there so they can provide all those services that you just mentioned. The related service folks will have to be assigned there. They'll have to have an additional assignment. Like some of them are already assigned there, so let me just say that. But I would have to consider the caseloads to make sure that we don't need any additional. And the school psychs will have to be part of it so we can provide all the functional behavior assessments, behavior plans. We also have 2 BCBAs right now that will have to be utilized there as well so we can put some strategies in place because the goal is for the students not to stay. We're gonna build capacity so they can go to other schools.
Okay, to follow that up, and I think it was brought up around the newness of what we're offering and things like that. Has there been any thought around, in having this discussion, a lot of things come up, excuse me, around previous kind of offerings. A lot of people brought up Grace A. Green and some of the military aspects there, talking to alumni who came from there and said, you know what, when I went to Grace A. Green, that was what I needed. I needed that kind of space that I didn't have at Meadowdale or Dunbar when I was there. Have we looked into any kind of offerings around there, talking to some of the JROTC? I know there have been talks around some of the other branches about trying to integrate some of the programs they have for youth here. Have we went down any of those avenues for this location?
No, that's a great idea. So I love that idea. We did speak to a few parents last night at a meeting who brought up some good suggestions to consider as well, but I personally haven't reached out to our ROTC programs, but I think that's a great idea.
Okay, and then with the thought of, this is kind of for the Mound Street idea, with the cubicle setups that are there, how would we achieve some of the open space opportunities that we're looking at in the presentation here?
Yeah, thanks for the question, because we walked through and, as you know, they're like mobile dividers and things that can be moved. We want it to be an open space, working with the architects. Where can we align things? So it is a possibility. There even, Tiffany and I walked through this building and found some cubicles that we could use that have the open glass. So it's open areas and less confined, but also having rooms where if a kid needed to be in a calming space, that would be available too. So that's one thing that the openness of the lower level where it will be was attractive as far as designing a more engaging environment.
Okay, and then another question, and I mean, it's a reality of the subject, understanding that a lot of the reasons we're having these conversations is safety and behavior. having a location that we currently use for a different purpose, even though, like I said, there's separate interests, we know that, but there's still the issue of, okay, if I'm here, it may be because I'm being disruptive, I'm creating unsafe behaviors at another space, and now I'm possibly catching the same RTA, getting off at the same stop here. At this space, what does that look like? Are we thinking about kind of the number of safety resource officers we would need? Has Chief Wright kind of given some input on what that looks like? Also then with, not only, I know we talked about some of the psychologists and those kind of pieces, but how do we make sure, which I totally get rehabilitation, but on the road to rehabilitation, how are we making sure that safety is paramount as well?
Yeah, and the key is supervision and making sure you have enough staff watching, monitoring, being in all areas, even, and you made a good point, the arrival, the dismissal, the conversation. Do we have a different staggered start to make sure kids aren't, from the different groups, aren't interacting? All of that must be taken into in the planning as we get ready to open. It's critical and that we provide that support for the staff and consider all of those factors.
Okay, then lastly, and I'll kick it off because I'm trying not to ask too many at once. My last thing I think that I would leave you with for now, unless I get another thought. The thought of, and I think that's when you kick around the word alternative school. To me, that alternative space is key. Where I don't think everybody, I think there'll be pieces. There may be, child comes in, has behavior issues. I feel like, you see these pockets. And for transparency, we've seen it where last year before, students at a charter get found with guns. They're at Belmont in a couple of weeks. Another school, somebody has a knife, they're at Dunbar the next week. I understand that piece of, all right, this student probably needs to be here. Maybe we can work on things. Do we transfer them in lieu of suspension, in lieu of expulsion? But I do believe there is value in the alternative space of, as we move forward in education, that there are children who are in that 8th to 12th grade range who just because of the families they are in, the neighborhoods they have been in, the things that they have been exposed to, what we currently offer is not good for them. So I think even trying to put them in a space to say we're trying to get you ready to go back to these spaces, it does a disservice in a way to me at times because it's not like they're not there because they don't belong. What's there isn't working for them. And so coming up with that newness of how can we find ways to take care of these babies, because I don't care if you're 15 to 18, you're still a baby to me. How can we take care of them? How can we find this alternative programming that 15 years down the line, a child can say, I was in Dayton Public Schools, I was at this school. It wasn't until I went to this alternative space that I was able to learn these things. I was able to learn some of the ways that I can discipline myself, and now I'm a successful adult contributing to the community. Instead of, I don't want people to be under the mindset of, I go here to get myself right, to go back. Because then I don't want to also then create this loop. Because if I'm being honest, if I'm looking at the presentation, which is, it looks beautiful, some good renderings, I also then don't want a student to go there, get back to a school, and find a way to fight to get back to the programs that they liked.
Right.
Because that is like being in different presentations and in different groups around the country and seeing, I've seen that. One comes to mind where it was this thing superintendent down in Dallas was talking about, they had it in a building where it was like a different kind of learning style, different kind of room setup, and the problem they encountered was students would try their hardest to not get sent out of it.
Right.
So even if it came to, all right, this is your last day, you get back to go to class, they'd walk to a class, cuss out the teacher, smack somebody, and turn around and say, okay, take me back over here. So I don't want the mindset to be, how do we make you ready for what we call education? I think there has to be some kind of space of the thought of, what is it that we're currently not offering somebody? What is it that our students and families aren't getting out of the 6 other high schools that we have. What is it that's not at Dayton Digital? What is it that's not at Mount Street? How do we find something to tap in to this population of students, population of children that we have? So that is all I have. Just food for thought on that piece. And I'm done on there. I'll hand it over to, I'll go to Dr. Goodwine and then Board Member Reiner.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm really grateful for the thought that has gone into this and the opportunity we have to provide this extra resource for students who are at greater risk and in greater need of some extra attention. Every single child in our district is worth putting every single effort into. The question I have for you is fairly quick and to the point. We are looking at a pretty tight time frame. I've been doing this for a number of years, and I know that, you know, when we are in April and we're looking at opening something in August, there's not a lot of time that goes into this. What is the time frame that you're looking at for expectations of support and decisions from the board, so we can be better informed about the conversations and the thought processes that we'll put into this and making sure that we support the work that you've put in front of us today?
Well, I'm looking at Superintendent Lawrence to help us with that. We're, you know, want to have the conversations, and we know we have to do this. So I'll see what.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Board Member Reiner, I would say May is a pain point for us. Operations has to get ready for this process over the summer. HR has to begin the process to get ready. We'll have the finished renderings in the next week. So yeah, May is probably that space for us in terms of a decision to be made.
All right. I think it's more for the board than you guys, like the name of the school itself. So I've heard of 3 different versions of an alternative school. The Grace A. Green, Longfellow, and the Innovative Learning Center. That was the former name of the one that was closed. I don't know what year it was closed, but sometime in like the last 5 years, maybe. Last 10 years. Less than that?
Yeah, no, I think it was 2017, 18-ish. When the Innovative Learning Center was closed.
So when it comes to naming a new building for us, so that is a decision at our level here. I definitely would love feedback from our community on kind of what they think this should be called, because as much as that was one version, that school no longer does exist. This is a new iteration of somewhere we're going, and I think the name should match the intent of what you're trying to bring, that sense of pride of you coming in here and you leaving here better than what you came in here. So that piece right there, I definitely would love community feedback on, and even suggestions on what this school should be called.
We would agree with you. We just use it as a placeholder.
Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm. That's fine. That's what people, it was the last known thing to be there. I did send a question to legal based off of something Ms. Powell said about the RIN number, because my question is really, does this school, like, is there really a limitation on us? Like you talked about Mound Street, how if the school was in Mound Street, it would increase the enrollment there. But if it was an extension of a school and they were still in the same number, then you still technically get that increase there. Don't know if it's an ODE requirement or if it's a tax requirement, but I have kicked that off to find out for sure if that is a goal that we're trying to achieve, if we could achieve that in another way.
Yeah, we'll respond to you and get back.
Well, I gave it to legal already. I've already kicked it to legal. The arts program that you mentioned that would be in this school, how would that work just in general? Because I know arts are few in our district right now, and we're actively trying to bring some things in here. And is it even possible for such a program, or is it just like something to say right now? Because I know in our elementaries, we don't even have art full-time at all of them right now. I don't know. Yeah. We got specials are a little different in upper, so.
And it would be very different than our schools. We would contract with local artists for master classes of music and the arts, that we could have them come And our schools have done it before, contracted with Dayton Contemporary Dance, the K-12 Art Gallery, and several other local artists in the community to do 7 to 10-week classes. Whether there's one artist that does Chinese brush art, and it's like an art therapy program, and she's been very successful. She actually teaches at Sinclair, who would come in and do so many weeks. So it will be a rotation of a variety of opportunities where we wouldn't be limited to having to struggle with competing with the regular art teachers coming over there too, because we may not have the capacity, but we could provide them contracted artists from the community to come in and work with the students.
So I like that idea, but I feel like if I go to a non-school, that I'm being gypped for having good behavior, and I don't get that type of opportunity. And I mean, it's that balance right there too of how do you ensure, like how are we going to ensure that our children who are at our other schools and they're doing the things that are right, and they get exposed to kind of, like that sounds like a great opportunity, but I have to get in trouble for me to be able to experience. So that balance, we have to figure out that balance on our piece.
And you know, these contracts could be at our traditional schools as well. Our principals have done a great job with, there's a grant expanding opportunities where they can use that for different things. And they have contracted with DC and everything at the traditional schools. So we'll encourage that. So I don't, as a student, have to get in trouble in order to.
Yeah, I'm saying you got
take
that balance piece there. You want to feel like, I don't want to feel like they're
that's a
getting
good
something
point.
that I don't
Yeah.
get because
I want to
they-
go over here so I
Right.
can have opportunity to do this.
And then I had one final question on this. Earlier, it was mentioned about like the staff and the culture that they have. Actually, I have two. First, before I say that one of the comments that I have received, not only from last night, but before we came here over the years, were about kids who transition into our district. So whether it's children who have been expelled from another district or individuals who move into our area for the first time, and that a building culture, the administration, that team works really hard to get it to a certain vibe, and then you get a couple new individuals who throw it off because they haven't gotten down what this is, and that the hope, or some of their hopes, is that this school could also have a component of it that allow kids to learn what this culture is about before they integrate them into the school itself. So I'm hoping that is some consideration, because we do have transition populations that come through our district based on what system they're in. I mean, one statistic that not only we got last night, but we've got in other places, that Montgomery County is the largest place for group homes in the
Yes,
state
it
of
is.
Ohio.
Yes.
We have the most in the state of Ohio. So knowing that is a real house situation that we have going on, that consideration of helping our administrators and being able to have a place that they learn what it's like to be in the Dayton Public School system before they just completely transition into the school itself.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's one of the, I think it may be on the board for you all to approve. We get funding to support those transition needs. And with us, as you said, 89 group homes in the city of Dayton, we definitely need to use those dollars to create a transition plan, bringing those students in and making sure they're able to be successful and understand the culture of the district. And that's paid through our state and federal grants department. I think there is a proposal to hire a transition coordinator who would be assigned to the foster care, group home, all of the populations where they need extra support. And that is one of the number one things we definitely need to do, especially after going through this year and seeing the need. And so that's on the, for recommendation.
Okay, and then my final one, there was a comment made about it's like the staff's, I can't remember the comment, but it surrounded around this, it's the staff's responsibility to cultivate the culture that is in there. And from how we have talked about this potential school right now, we have talked about the abundance of resources that are needed, from not only the personnel to the additional security and those things. And I hope that we put this same thought process into our existing schools because they are significantly different in the populations that come through them. But currently, we're staffing them with the same numbers, and it doesn't necessarily meet the needs of what those teams need based off of the populations that are in their areas. So that piece right there, I just want us to give that same or similar consideration in knowing that maybe the 3 principal model isn't enough. Some people need a dean of students. Some people need an extra SRO. Some people need more counselors. They have different needs based off of what's happening in there. So if we're going to give that type of consideration to making what we can to make this successful, not forgetting about the ones that we are trying to help stabilize, because this is supposed to help those institutions be just a little bit more able to function in the way that people envision them to. That's all I have.
Mr. Walker.
Real quick, I'm just curious, what's the average caseload for a coordinator, OEC coordinator, with regards to completing the individualized education plan?
High school is 24, middle school 16, same with elementary.
And then how many still need to be completed for the remainder of the year?
I would have to look, but there's still a handful of them that aren't finished.
Okay.
We try to shoot for tax day as our deadline because we have to plan for other things throughout the year, but sometimes it's hard to hit with the movement of kids.
And I'm just curious of how, I guess, what is considered priority, and when you look at students that may be assigned to this building, how those align with that piece, and then that student potentially going back to a building and that building not being aware of what student they're actually getting.
So from my lens, this isn't so much about plucking existing students out of our buildings and putting them over there. From my lens, this is students that are coming in exactly what we just described about students moving in to the district into group homes that are hurting. And they're just not ready to sit and receive instruction. They need something else. They're just not ready. They've come from horrible situations. So instead of throwing them out of Belmont High School where there's several hundred kids, this is just a little bit more of a slower progression. So to address what he said about the transition piece, that's my lens of the transition. This isn't gonna be a plucking kids out. Now, I'm not gonna promise there's not kids that might end up there, but that's not the plan, is to say, oh, we got this school, now you get to go over there. That's not it at all. This is just gonna be an additional resource to help us with the volume. Again, this is my lens, the volume of students we're getting so we don't put them on home instruction. We have 80-something kids on home instruction. That's not fair to them. I can't put them in a building, they're not ready.
But currently, your department currently is understaffed for trying to screen students like this now.
To screen students for special education, you mean?
Yes.
For school psychologists?
Yes, for both. With regards to students and then their assignment, like Ms. Miner said, I mean, unfortunately, the city of Dayton culture is continue to allow group homes to open on the west side of Dayton, and that's where students end up going. But how do we, as a district, I mean, is it more support that's needed in your department to try to catch these students right offhand and look at those interventions?
Yes. Yes,
Okay, I'll yield back to Mr. Smith.
thank you.
I appreciate you, Mr. Walker. Any other questions? All right, I appreciate you, ladies. I will say, if we can continue this conversation, definitely board members feel free to reach out. I would ask that if board members have any questions about some of these things, some of these other renderings, some of these other options. We can set some one-on-ones up, some time to get some of these questions. I do feel that time is of the essence, but I've seen us do this with the international school. I think it's pretty much exactly 2 years ago where we had the presentation for the international school. It was the second meeting in April. Then we went out, and so I think we're ahead of pace on that piece because we're already having some of those community meetings. Dr. Goodwine, if you could give the community the dates for the rest of those meetings.
Yes, and I would request too that some people here were there yesterday, but if you guys could also come out, because yesterday there were about 18 individuals who they had a lot to share and their thoughts on it. The next one is Wednesday at 5:30, and it is at Belmont. And the following one is Thursday at 5:30 at Thurgood. And I believe Mr. Walker and Mr. Bailey, Dr. Bailey will be leading the Wednesday one, and then whichever one of us shows up on Thursday will be leading those ones. But we're really there to listen and kind of take what people are telling us to bring it back, because again, support on these schools make them successful. So I do encourage any of you guys to come out. You were already there, Ms. Dinsmore. You was there. You were schooling people on a couple of things, so I appreciate that in you. But yes, please come out Wednesday and Thursday. Belmont on Wednesday and Thursday at Thurgood.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Your recommendations, Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you, President Smith. My first recommendation, I'd ask the board.
Hearing of the public, guys.
Oh, you did almost forget
We
that
sure
part.
did. And bargaining unit. Thank you.
Ooh, that was a long time.
Yeah.
Do we have any bargaining units present that wish to speak?
Hi, Ms. Winfrey.
You know I'm looking at you. Would you wish to speak, Ms. Winfrey? Well, we'll wave at you and say we appreciate you. Madam Treasurer, do we have anybody from the public that's registered to speak?
Yes, please. Tia Chanel.
Do not see anyone. Anyone else?
Deshaun Robinson.
Oh, no, I talked to Deshaun. I think they had a track event. They had a track meet today.
James Scott.
And James is from over at Ponence as well.
That's all.
That's all? Always want to make sure we have that space, so thank you for the correction, Dr. Goodwine and Mr. Walker. Now we will move to our superintendent's recommendation.
Thanks. I recommend a waiver of the 48-hour rule to present the human resources recommendations as listed.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Okay. President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacey,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
I recommend the approval of the following superintendent's recommendation, human resources, section B.
Okay, entertain a motion.
So moved.
It's been moved. Do we have a second? Got it moved. It's been second. Do we have
Who
any
seconded?
questions? Dr. Goodwine.
Yeah, I would like to see the exit interview on number 2. And although I hate to see people leave, when people go on to better opportunities, can't do anything but be excited that you were a part of us.
Got it. I'll make sure you get that exit interview. The entire board.
Actually, let's just send them all.
Dr.
Let's send them all.
Send them all?
Send them all to the whole board.
Okay. It's one Excel sheet, so.
Appreciate you, sir. Mr. Walker.
Yes, on number 5, this is the choir teacher at Belmont. What plan is in place for those students for the remainder of the year, since his last day is the 22nd?
So typically what we do is secure a long-term sub. I mean, we do our best to try to find someone certificated for that position. However, at this time in the year, it's likely that we will not be able to fill that position with a certificated teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Goodwine.
I will say, I am excited to see the debate and speech individuals on here, and I believe their competition is this week. Is it?
Correct. This
So
Saturday.
shout out. If y'all not doing anything, come out on Saturday. And
Thank you. Saturday, 8 to 2 at Thurgood Marshall High School. Thank you, Dr. Goodwine.
do we have is it just 3 schools that have debates, or do all of them have debate?
Yeah, I have to ask.
I mean, I only see 3 people on here. That's why
Yeah.
I'm asking. So, and one of
Yeah.
these were the coach who's been the coach for a
I
couple
have
of
to
years.
double check that. Last year when you and I were there, all the schools were
They
there.
were there, so.
Every school was represented. So I have to. I'm looking at some head shaking.
Okay, so we have one. That's
Which one
not-
is that?
Which one is that?
No, it's gonna ask.
No, that was the next follow-up question. You said Stivers? Not the True Art School. Colonel White would have never.
I'll talk to you about that offline.
Yeah, we have a discussion about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could we also just make sure that we do have the participation list? Can we get that sent out? And then also some updates to make sure that those who are participating as coaches, make sure they get it to us so we get them properly through. Any other questions? I will say, after the debate, I will challenge whoever wins the debate to a debate with the board. I got two people to my right and left. I got smoke for you. I got us winning. I'm just saying. I'll give you that. Any further questions on HR? I'll give a couple. Dr. Goodwin, do you have one?
I did not raise my hand.
I know you had that look. You down there in the walker seat, man. You in the walker seat.
Because it was crazy, is I did have one, but I'll just email.
See, there, that's dealing with y'all too. May we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas. 8 yeses.
Next recommendation?
I recommend approval of the following human resources, DEA, after July 10th.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
It's been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Do we have any questions? Dr. Goodwin?
I have one. Are they usually on both? The HR one, when we've accepted them and then we're voting on them again on their license? Because this person's on both. Yeah.
Yes, he's on, after July 10th,
So we already accepted his resignation on the first one, so now we voting again to not, it kind of don't make sense. Okay, I'll make sure. So Joe Lacy also said it didn't make sense, so go ahead and explain, because at this point, we've already accepted his resignation.
Correct, so this is the after July 10th, right? You're referring to that?
I am, I'm saying because he's on both, though, and I don't usually see them on both. It's usually a different list of individuals that are on the July 10th.
I'm not sure
Go ahead, Alex, come on, man. Everybody can get on the mic. Mr. Anderson, you got something too? Come on down the line.
Great. I'm done with y'all today. This is why we gotta get out of here before 7:30.
So, Dr. Goodwin, one thing that I think there's accepting the resignation for purposes of that it's, no longer revocable, and then the July 10th is the reporting it to ODE as far as we're not accepting it for purposes of that statute. And I think that's the distinction we're making with this, because we had an issue come up with another personnel that had resigned in the past.
Okay, so is this new? Like today new? Because, I haven't always seen it. Yeah, we haven't seen them on both. That's why I'm bringing up the issue.
We've always done it this way.
Correct. That's my
right.
thing right there. Like, I haven't seen it on both until this moment. That's where the confusion for me
Yeah,
is.
I
coming.
believe that's where it's coming from, yeah.
Okay, so this is new.
Yes, it did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To clarify,
Mr. Walker?
to clarify, the board votes no because they're leaving in the middle of a contract, although they found a better opportunity.
Yep, you got it. Sounds like you got it down.
Is it always a better opportunity or is it a different opportunity?
Looking at the reason, it is a better opportunity, as well as others when they resign. But,
There's a reason.
thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
No.
Ms. Wick,
No.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
That would be a no.
Mr. Lacy,
No.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
No.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
Okay, 3 yeses
The
and
next
5 no.
recommendation?
I recommend the following contracts and agreements for approval.
Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Been moved.
Second.
Mr. Walker has seconded. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
I have a question though, even though we voted.
Yes.
Let's go with I'm still. I do have a question. The Ponets chiller, didn't we replace that last year? Is this another one?
The opponent's what?
Chiller.
We did replace that one last year, but the one you see on there, I believe is for, we just had one go out at.
Say Ponets.
Yeah, we just had one go out at.
This one says Charity Adams International School, and then it also says Ponets. So are we doing, is this another
I'll let you
replacement? Yeah, okay, this is another replacement for him.
No, so opponents, we actually had to rent a chiller because of the lead time.
Okay,
So this is the replacement.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next recommendation,
I
sir.
recommend the following consultant contracts for approval.
So moved.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Do we have any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
So this still says ESSERS on here, so is that the correct funding that this is coming out of?
Yes, that's the correct funding.
Okay, was the data presented regarding their work in the past?
I have that for you. See on my card, and actually, Ms. Minor might have a copy. I have your copy. I have your copy in my car.
That's crazy, now I'm gonna have to vote no.
All right.
It's okay, it's too late, I'm just gonna vote no.
All right. Any other questions? Dr. Goodwin.
Can you just come read what that is, that piece of paper you got down
And
there?
actually, I think it's attached to all those attachments I sent last night, too.
It was not,
You didn't see it?
it was not on there.
Okay, well, actually, can you give him his copy?
You can
I
read it
kind of
all.
want to hear it. No, he moved on. This is my turn now.
Dr. Goodwin.
I just want you to read it to us. Just tell us what's on the paper. Yeah, he can get it after that. Though. You want it? No. He don't want it. He said it's folded
This-
up.
So this is the information on the partners who are providing our summer programming for our unhoused homeless, but you wanted information on their trend data, what their report, because I've got a report from the evaluator that was submitted to the state that I can read. Participation, the 21st century, this is the Westwood 21st century narrative for the school year 22-23. They do one every year, so this is what we have.
So for clarity though, it's not this specific program, because 21st Century is different from the Get Excited About Reading, correct?
Thought we were asking about the partner that's doing the enrichment for our McKinney-Vento.
Correct, and there was supposed to be more information regarding if this same partner did it in the past, and if so, submit that information.
Right, and I have the information for their 21st century program, which can tell you a little bit about the quality of work that they do.
But it has not been with this specific population.
With the unhoused, this one isn't. This is for the Westwood students.
Okay,
And I know that was one of the questions that I do have.
all right, thank you.
So would you read it to you?
He keep jumping in on my stuff, and I'm like, this
Right.
is my moment in time.
Okay, so I'm gonna
If she can
read-
get to the end, and then you go ahead, it's back to you.
Okay, so I'll read this quickly.
Thank you.
21st Century Program had 77 kindergarten through sixth grade students serviced. I think that was one of the questions too, who participated in the program, with 57 attending more than 90 hours or 30 days. They have to break it off like that. For the reading, of the 22 of 4th through 6th grade students who attended at least the 90 hours. 73% demonstrated growth in reading and language arts based on the comparison from the NWEA RIT score, spring 2023. Math, of the 22 4th to 6th grade students who attended at least 90 hours, 68% demonstrated growth in math based on a comparison of the RIT scores. These are other comments from the evaluator. The average student growth in NWA reading scores from fall to spring of students attending the 21st Century Westwood after-school program exceeded national norms. Student growth, most notably average student growth in kindergarten and 3rd grade, 21 points and 15 points improvement, was higher by 28% and 45% respectively than the national student growth norms. The weighted average student growth across grades was 10.7 points, was just under the national norm growth of 11 points. And then he did not have information on, looks like grade 2. Here's another one, attendance. How was their attendance of the students that participated in the after school? Of the 48 1st through 6th graders attending the program more than 90 hours for 30 days, only 9 had a school day attendance rate below 90% in the prior year of 21-22. Of those 9, 7 or 78% demonstrated improved attendance rate in 22-23. Then they did assessment on behaviors. Of the 38 3rd through 6th graders who participated in the 21st Century program attending more than 90 days, 30 days, none had an in-school suspension in the prior year, so there were none who could have decreased in school suspensions. He has that there. It doesn't say anything about out-of-school suspensions. They did interview the teachers on engagement in learning. Of the 47 1st through 5th graders attending more than 90 hours and 30 days, teachers indicated that 20 needed to demonstrate an improved engagement in learning relative to the start of the year. Of those 20, teachers indicated 20 or 100% had indeed improved engagement in learning tied to their participation in the 21st Century after-school program. So that's some of the information we have.
You're a really good reader. I just want you to know, you give that, you go up and down, you influx voice at points when you want to put points of emphasis. You're pretty solid. Like, I just want you to know that.
She was a teacher of the year.
I got a question before you leave. All right. Dr. Bailey, with this program, is this just Dayton Public Schools, or is this kids that are from
For
other?
our summer program, Dayton Public Schools only.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Mr. Walker?
So, looking at this, because the data that is submitted is 21st Century, and it shows Westwood, Kaiser, I believe there was another building as well, Cleveland. So it's the same evaluator, but the data seems to look all the same. So I'm just curious of how do we as a district evaluate the data ourselves as well outside of, and the evaluators are saying for all 3 buildings. So I'm just curious on, is this data correct? And it's data from, again, 2021-22, 23 school year. But again, I mean, looking at even of Kaiser's, of the 23 4th through 6th graders, 90 hours, 21 demonstrated growth. You look at the same data for Cleveland, of the 26, 90 hours, 20 demonstrated growth. So I'm just curious of, I mean, is this data accurate, and how do we really evaluate this as a district with this evaluator's work?
Well, the data doesn't seem to be exactly the same. He does report on the same metrics, which he's required to. And It's very intense, and they pull it straight from our reports. So there's no, there's going to be differences. There's certain things that he has to measure the exact same way for the 21st Century Grant, but the actual results are different.
Okay, that's all my questions.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
No.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
7 yeses, 1 no.
Next, recommendation.
I recommend the approval of the following full-time position, McKinney-Vento Retention Navigator, formerly known as the Homeless Education Retention and Retention Navigator. It's gone from part-time to full-time.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Been moved, do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Do we have any questions? Dr. Goodwin.
Yes, first, thanks for making it full-time. The second part of it, I see that it only has 1 year on it. Are you guys still like working on, like if this position goes beyond a year, what that salary scale would be? Because I know, although I heavily disagree with how our salary scale does go, where it puts you at those years and all those pieces, are you guys still working on the piece of revising that to kind of better fit the needs of the district?
Yeah, that's that's why we stopped at 1 year, because you've had this ask for a while, and I'm just going to say we're going to get to it before the summer's over, the complete revision and then submission of the salary schedule back to the board and to the finance committee to discuss, and then to the board.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions?
With accompanying job descriptions change as well. Not job titles to fit what people are actually doing.
Okay, so are you guys asking us to eliminate things if there are some changes?
No, I don't think it's going to be elimination. I think it's just being more clear about, for instance, academic coordinators is a term that goes across the board, and we're like, what does that really mean, right? So having titles that fit what you actually do, in addition to the scale itself.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
No.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
7 yeses, 1 no.
Next recommendation.
I recommend the approval of the resolution on Maine, Dayton Public Schools School Compensation Agreement.
So moved.
Do we have a second? It's been moved and second. Do we have any questions? Mr. Walker?
Not so much a question, just comment.
Okay.
My yes vote is because UD came in as a great partner, not Premier Health.
Dr. Goodwin?
I will say, I am excited not only for this agreement, but of the work that UD has really stepped up with our district and really kind of just really shown that they want to grow with us as a partner and as we go forward. So I'm excited about what the potential that this can bring to the area. I am going to echo my colleague, Mr. Walker, that Premier we got some work to do there, and I really hope that we are able to move forward in a similar manner to build a true partnership that benefits this district well and long after all of us are gone from this place. So I do appreciate the work that all the individuals put into this agreement and all the things that they are providing to this district and to our students. And I'm excited to see the opportunity, and I'm hopeful that with the Premier Health, we will be able to really start working on some true partnerships to really just enhance both of our relationships as we move forward.
Any other questions, comments? Ms. Wick? I will say, I definitely want to appreciate all those that put some work into this. I want to thank everybody on our team that brought feedback to the table. I want to thank our team for doing something that I think that far too often we're not looked at as a group that does that, and that is really take people to task when people come to us with asks and really saying, okay, what benefits Dayton Public Schools? So I want to say I appreciate everybody who sat in those spaces, from those who are up here on the dais now to those who previously were. I think we've set a good precedent on how we deal with partnership creation, how we look to making sure that, like Dr. Goodwine said, we're looking at ways that it benefits us long after we're here. Because the choices that we make at this dais, week by week, really are felt by people that will be going through Dayton Public Schools far after we're gone. And I think that's something we don't think about often. You know, when you think about 10, 15, 20-year deals, you're talking about a child that is 2 years old, and those things still carrying on until they're graduating high school still here. And so I really want to thank those who really started to go, hey, how does this benefit us? What do we get out of here? And then on the moving forward, I want to say I look forward to us working as the CRA team and those that are on that team to look at all these different agreements that come through our district and make sure that we're holding people accountable. And I think that's been a big thing is accountability. So that is what I wanted to add. Dr. Goodwine.
I just want to say I'm a proud University of Dayton School of Law alumni, which is completely different than Joe Lacey and the University of Dayton, period. Keller Hall is very proud of what these individuals are doing.
I went to Xavier. Any other questions? May we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwine,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacey,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Next recommendation, sir.
I recommend approval of the following DEA reopener.
Entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll give it to Mr. Lacey for the moving of the motion.
Should have said James wasn't 345.
Dr. Goodwine seconded. Do we have any questions? Mr. Walker.
I just want to clarify, the clericals were a 60-cent increase, and that we would consider looking at their contract again as a reopener to somewhere meet them in the middle for the work that they do as well.
So one level of the clerical was 60. We doubled the number of hours in others, and there were some significant increases from going from level 1 to level 3, and then by removing some of those steps. But we're not finished with those negotiations, and I'll be happy to. I think you and I will get together soon, and we'll talk about it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwine,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacey,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Mr. Walker, don't break my mic down there. It was one meeting.
Your next recommendation, sir.
I'd like to have I and J together. I recommend the approval of the following resignation agreements, I and J.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwine,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacey,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas. 8 yeses.
Next recommendation, sir.
I recommend approval of the following resolution regarding reimbursement to parent and guardians.
Now entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved. It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any questions?
Okay.
Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwine,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation, sir?
I request a waiver of the 48-hour rule to present the following OPSI Local 627 agreement.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Do we have any questions? Mr. Walker?
No questions. Just want to thank the team on getting this done. Appreciate all of the work of the bus drivers. Like I said, that's actually my favorite department because they kind of act like me, and I love it.
You know this is the waiver.
It's the waiver, right?
We're not on the agreement
I
yet.
know what we're on. I just want to make sure my comments are on the record for both sections. She can't come back.
May we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
C.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation, sir?
My next and final recommendation, President Smith, is I recommend the approval of the following OPSI Local 627 agreement.
So moved.
It's been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Do we have any questions on the motion?
Comments.
Oh, Dr. Goodwin.
I will say that I am excited that the individuals in our transportation department have stated that they feel valued by this agreement and they feel that it was fair, and I heard that they passed it with large numbers. So thank you to everyone that worked on it. Thank you that we got them taken care of, and I hope that it is again one step in that continues to push us forward in making our transportation department one that anyone wants to be on, because I know the long-term goal is for them to be able to transport all of our students and not just the ones they're doing right now. So thank you for everyone. Thank you to the union president that's packing up her stuff back there doing my speech. You know, we appreciate you.
I mean, she could have waited for the vote. You know
Coulda
how
waited
it's
for
gonna
the vote.
shake out.
That's why I did mine first, because we was here.
I want to say I appreciate everybody, and I think to add on to that goal, not only do we want to be able to transport all our students, but we want to be able to transport them more than just to and from school at the beginning and the end of the day. We want to be able to have those field trips, those other extracurricular activities, those enrichment pieces. And so we really want to thank everybody in the transportation department for what they do day in and day out. And please stop by, because there are some characters over there who are highly hilarious to sit and talk to, and the stories they have, you need to talk to them, because there's some real things that go on in those buses, and they deal with a lot. They deal with a lot, and they deal with a lot from some of these drivers that go around the city of Dayton. So I would just ask that our drivers in the city of Dayton are cognizant of the buses and the students that are out there on the corners early in the morning, in the afternoons, because they really do a lot. They really do a lot to make sure that those kids are safe getting on and off of those buses. And I just ask that we really be mindful of our children that are out there. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
We.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Thank you. Does that conclude your recommendations, Dr. Lawrence?
Yes, it does, President Smith.
Thank you. Madam Treasurer, your recommendations, please.
I recommend the approval of monthly financials for March 2024 as reviewed by the Finance Committee on Thursday.
Now entertain a motion.
As the chair of the Finance Committee, I
As a person that attended the meeting, I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions? I will ask, Mr. Lacy, was everything in order?
was in order, yes.
All right. If there are no other questions, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Next recommendation.
I recommend the approval of the following minutes for March 12, March 19, and March 23rd.
So move.
It's been moved. Do we have a second? Second. It's been moved and second. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Dr. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas?
Yes.
8 yeses.
Next recommendation.
I recommend the approval of the donations for April.
So moved.
It's been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. No questions. Thank you all, as always, and just really appreciate everybody that decides to go out and help our district in any way. May we have a vote?
President Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Dr. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas?
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation, Madam Treasurer.
I recommend the approval of purchase requisitions as reviewed last week.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second that motion. Do we have any questions? Dr. Goodwin, then over to Mr. Walker.
Yes, on the University of Dayton, I believe I asked last week if these individuals would, are they doing the professional development plan that requires them to stay with us or pay it back? And if they are, do we actually have a process in place to make sure that those things, that the people we are investing in are following our policies?
So we do not have a legal plan that that they sign to say, hey, when you go through this, you're going to stay with us for X number of years. But that's because they're using the $5,000 for policy. If we go above that, and which we plan to do for uncertified teachers, then we'll get with legal.
That's not how our policy works. They still will be required with the reimbursement of it. The 5,000 in the
Yeah, the
policy that we
5,000.
passed, you take any of it, you're
Oh, you
staying
say
with us.
You want
So
it
you-
back?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what the rules are. So that piece right there, if we could just get that before they start this piece, because again, I love that we're investing in people.
Mhm.
That's really great, but we need them to stay with us or
Okay.
pay us back.
Yeah, we'll,
Either's fine.
Frost Mountain Time, we'll get with it.
You hear that, don't you, Alex?
I know, Alex, that was for you.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, yeah, Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker has something.
Can I just take item 5 of this separate?
Item 5, separate. You making us count?
It's the
Okay.
laptop.
Yeah, I'm making us count. Ain't no numbers about here. All right, so we will take of CDW government purchase of Dell Latitude for a separate vote. Any other question? Seeing none, can we have a vote on everything but the item that Mr. Walker asked to vote on separately?
President Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Dr. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas?
Yes.
8 yeses.
Okay, now we're moving on to the separate item. Were there any questions, comments on that item? Mr. Walker? Or were you pointing down to Mr. Walker, or were you?
No, I have my own comments.
Oh, Dr. Goodwin
He
first.
can raise his own hand. Question, there was a survey that went out after our meeting, so I'm guessing it was prompted because of our meeting. Can we just get some information on the results of that survey?
Yes, Ms. Clark is on the way up.
Thank you for the narration. It was great.
I thought you was gonna get up there and pass that mic over too, Ahmed. That's why we got the portable mic.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We had approximately 200 staff members respond to the survey. There were about 67% that requested, that said that they would like a touch screen. There were 14% that said that they liked what they had. There was they wanted 25% wanted something that was smaller in size. 38, almost 39% wanted something that was lighter. Almost 50% wanted something that had a longer battery life, and 43% wanted something that they can use to move around the classroom.
What percentage of the 200 does that represent from the whole teaching population that this has impacted?
22%.
22%. That's all I had.
Any other questions? Did you have a question, Mr. Walker?
No questions, just really comments. I feel like the survey was a rush job because of my comments last week. I feel like the questions that were asked was based upon the new device and not the current device. So I don't agree with it, and it just shows the inadequate that we have in our district. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? May we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
No.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
No.
6 yes, 2 no.
Thank you. Next recommendation, Madam Treasurer?
I recommend the approval of then and now as reviewed last week.
Now entertain a motion.
So moved.
Now second that motion. Do we have any questions?
Give me 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question. Yes. On the Torch Prep LLC, how is that being utilized, and like how do our students get access to it?
Ms. Sheehy, could you answer that one?
She was looking around. She was hoping you didn't make eye contact with her. Saying it.
I see.
And then
Let's do
as she's walking up, I do have a question too. Are we gonna do any similar type prep for SAT test, or any type of investment into that?
Good evening. Torch Prep provides ACT Prep. That's the state test that all of our juniors take, which is why we're aligning with that over the SAT. Torch Prep provided us with a practice test in the fall that was given to all 10th graders and 11th graders. And then in February and early March, prior to kids taking the state test, the top 60% or so from each building participated in a 2-day test prep session provided by Torch Prep.
Okay. Is this related in any way to, because I know with the guidance counselor, when they give them, when you're going to take the SAT, there is a waiver code that some of them are able to utilize that gives you free access to ACT materials for a year. Are these related in any way, or is that a different service?
No, I don't think they're related.
Okay.
But they do provide a lot of materials for kids.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Mr. Walker?
Just trying, what is Scribe Enterprise?
No, we just gonna keep that microphone over there. Just keep the microphone over there, support the microphone. Hand it up. Do it like Jerry Springer used to do, just walk around the crowd.
So Scribe Enterprise it allows us, in essence, to make SOPs for any of our documentation purposes. So right now, HR has a lot of licenses. Different departments have a variety of licenses. And this was just to, apparently it was purchased before funding.
I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. Is that standard operating procedures? What's SOPs mean?
Yes, standard operating procedures. So it's actually really cool because It just literally, you tell it to start, and it literally takes every click you make and actually makes it an SOP.
Is it
Kinda cool.
Is it different than Chat GPT?
Yes.
How
It
so?
is. Because it's actually measuring your specific clicks and takes screenshots of your clicks and where you clicked. And so then it actually makes a document out of that.
I think it does the same thing, but
They,
the paid version, not the free version.
oh,
The
yeah,
paid
I
version-
don't pay for ChatGPT.
The paid version takes you to a whole nother level.
A whole
I-
nother
I
world
don't-
once you
I
get
don't
in
pay,
there.
I don't pay for chat.
You need to upgrade that little $20 a month to change your life. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's why I don't trust when she sent me something. It came from ChatGPT. Any other questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Wick.
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin.
Yes.
Dr. Bailey.
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Thank you. This includes your recommendations, Madam Treasurer.
Yes.
Thank you and appreciate the work you do for our district, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you.
Next, I will move on to Dr. Goodwin. I see you have some second readings, Dr. Goodwin.
I do. Our scanner looks terrible, guys. We need to upgrade the way this came in. Okay. In so much as the Board of Education is committed to the updating of its policies, rules, and regulations, many on the committee, which was appointed, has been working towards that goal. The following are brought at this time for second reading in compliance with the Board File BFC policy adoption. Now, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Dayton City School District, Montgomery County, Ohio, hereby accepts and adopts the following policies that have been codified for inclusion in the handbook of the policies, rules, and regulations. EDEA, Cloud Data Storage Policy, EDEB, Portable Device Policy, JECAA, Admission of Students Experiencing Homelessness. I move that we adopt these policies.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Do we have any questions? Seeing that we have no questions, may we have a vote?
President Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Wick.
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin.
Yes.
Dr. Bailey.
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Thank you, thank you. Moving on to new business. Mr. Nichols, you ready, or you may come back to you?
I'll start this time.
Okay, Mr. Nichols.
Well, you know, this prom week, I'm getting ready. I'm getting my suit tomorrow. Gotta look fresh. It's been dwindling down for me. Senior year is almost over. Gotta become a man. I'm still waiting for my cap and gown. Really having issues purchasing it. Let's see. I've been looking through scholarships. That's my main goal throughout this last part of the year, is just getting as many scholarships as possible, because that tuition at these colleges are absolutely insane. But honestly, that's it for me. I've just been trying to end the year as strong as possible.
Appreciate you, Mr. Nichols. I will say I saw you out there on that golf course, and we got some work to do, Mr. Nichols, as you become a man. Got to get you together.
Mr. Nichols was his first time golfing, so you got to lay off him.
Appreciate you, sir. Ms. Reiner.
I have a number of updates. First of all, there are a number of things that I have been watching. There is some legislation that I wanted to bring the board up to date on in the State House. Give me 1 second. So there are a few bills I would like to put your attention on. The first is in the House Primary and Secondary Education Committee. The committee held a second hearing on Senate Bill 168. which would make a couple of regulatory changes. It would allow school districts to develop and use their own framework for teacher evaluation instead of the framework developed by the State Board of Education. It would clarify that a school district is not required to hold a separate individual public hearing on a proposed school calendar. There's some modifications to licensure and certificate qualifications for senior or lead professional educators. It would eliminate seniority as a preference when making reductions in non-teaching staff positions, and it would clarify when non-licensed individuals working in a school must be entered into the RATBAC system. A lot of stuff that's not on the general public's mind, but this is making some interesting regulatory changes. The OSBA, Buckeye Association of School Administrators Alliance for High Quality Education, the Ohio Association of Secondary School Administrators, and the Ohio Association of Elementary School Administrators, and the Ohio Association of School Business Officials all provided joint proponent testimony in favor of Senate Bill 168. The second is House Bill 183, which would require schools to designate single-sex bathroom and locker room access in primary and secondary schools and institutions of higher education. This has been a controversial bill, to say the least, which leads me to the next update that I wanted to bring to the board's attention. Dr. Bailey and I had the privilege of going to the National School Board Association annual conference, and I wanted to give a brief report on some of the takeaways that I had. I would like to see, as this board goes to conferences and professional development opportunities, to see a little bit more of a report given. I find a great deal of professional development that happens at these conferences, and I would like to be able to share what I've learned and the things I bring back to this board in a little bit more of an official capacity. The first thing, one of the most incredible opportunities happened, and it was the keynote speaker, Ruby Bridges. She spoke to us, and it was very, very moving. She's my mom's age. And it really, her perspective, her courage, the way it has guided her life. I so admire, even though she was 6, she didn't really have a true understanding of what she was doing. I admire her parents for the support that they did and the courage that they had. It was a privilege to hear her speak. Some of the many sessions that were held, I don't want to drone on and on about the sessions, but there were some really interesting sessions. And if the policy committee would like to dig into some of these, I would be more than happy to sit down and pass along the resources that I took away from the conference. The Lower Kuskokwim School District from Alaska had a really great session on professional boundaries, keeping our students safe. It's been a long-term priority of mine to make sure that we are keeping our students and staff and board members safe and in a safe working environment. So there were some interesting takeaways from that one. There was the Reading School District, which had a really interesting accelerating struggling readers while strengthening the teacher pipeline program. This is a mentorship program for older students to mentor younger students in their reading skills while also developing a teacher pipeline for those older students once they graduated from high school, which I thought was a really unique take on how we can address two problems that and intersect them in a really interesting way. The Ferguson-Florissant School District had a great session on learning and culture, school and district transformation. Really interesting to hear the administrators and board members from Ferguson and some of the takeaways that they've had coming up on 10 years from the incident that happened in Ferguson and the real shift that has occurred in that district. And the last and the most the really interesting takeaways, which is going to loop back to House Bill 183, is a session that I attended about accommodating students who are transgender. There were 5 different things that they really focused on. The first was, and this is, again, to the policy committee, I think this is something we should dig into. We should have a policy on student names and pronoun changes. The second is dress code policy. They talked about how having a dress code policy that specifically mentions gender identity is not, it can be a violation and is not best practice. I'm actually really pleased to announce that a number of years ago, I took the initiative to look at our dress code policy, and I made sure that I removed any mention of race or gender from the dress code policy for our students. We want to make sure that it's gender neutral, that we are applying the same standards to all of our students, regardless of their gender identity. Bathrooms. Preventing a transgender student from using the bathroom that corresponds with their gender identity is likely prohibited by Title IX. So despite what the State House is doing, there are some federal oversights that we have and federal guidelines that we have. Locker rooms, really slightly different take from bathrooms. And then clubs and after-school activities can be, as long as we're consistent, clubs that are particular to sexual orientation or gender identity cannot be banned. So really interesting takeaways. I wish my whole board could have been there to listen to the sessions, listen to Ruby Bridges, and I am sure that Dr. Bailey has some takeaways as well. As an update, last week Governor DeWine had the State of the State address. He really focused on education. I really admire some of the things that Governor DeWine has done in the field of education. He emphasized that there should be more school-based healthcare centers, which we have one in Dayton already. He talked about cell phone usage policies, that we need to really make sure that we are addressing the needs of our students in our classrooms. It is not a topic that adults and teachers and staff and students and parents all agree on, but we understand that students learn better when they can focus in the classroom, when they're not distracted. And so that's a priority of his administration and the Department of Education and Workforce. And the science of reading, he talked a little bit more about. It's been really good to hear more about the science of reading and to learn more about it in my professional capacity. And then I went to the Ohio School Board Association board member cabinet, and a few takeaways. We had two people who came to speak with us and answer some of our questions. The first was Paul Kraft, who's the state superintendent of public instruction. The conversation we had was really interesting. He talked about unfunded mandates from the legislature. There's a license renewal for fee increase. There is a possible license renewal fee increase. Hopefully it'll be a small increase, but it may be larger. They're trying to figure out if that's going to be a barrier to teachers re-entering the workforce. Rebuilding relationships. You know, the departure of the Department of Education away from the state school board to the Department of Education and Workforce has created the need to rebuild some of those relationships. And then the other person who came to speak with us and answer some of our questions was Steve Dakin from the Department of Education and Workforce. He mentioned 4 priorities from DEW. Literacy, workforce, expanding CTE across the state. We're ahead of the great deal of the state in Dayton, which I'm really grateful for. Accelerated learning for all and wellness. He talked a bit about preschool and the Department of Children and Youth, and then he talked about cell phones in school, the conversation at the state level, and the disruption at school because of cell phones. You know, I have not talked to the superintendent lately about this, but I would love to hear his take on it at another board meeting. It's something that is at the front of a lot of people's minds. At the town hall last night, there was a student there who brought it up. That is all the updates that I have. I'm grateful for the opportunity I have to work with the Ohio School Board Association and then attend the NSBA conference. Thank you.
Dr. Goodwine.
Thank you. Let me gather my notes. So many things to talk about. First, I do have a request for Dr. Jones. The exit interviews that I see on here, I see a lot of people aren't filling those out. So I'm wondering, are those in-person things that are happening that we're setting up with people? Or is it just like, I send you something and I hope you get it back to us?
Thank you for that question. We actually send them the link to fill out, but we call them. We have a conversation with them.
Can we consider actually scheduling up some time? I mean, if we value feedback, I think we have to go to individuals and get that type of feedback for us to improve. But I don't know what that would do on you guys' staffing but just something, because some individuals, like seeing people leave us, I mean, it's okay when people leave us, but that feedback piece on, for me personally, I kind of would like to see or hear a little bit more about their experience, just to try to do some other things. So it doesn't, just as I keep reading, I just keep seeing a lot of no responses, no responses, no responsive. So that may not be the most effective way for us to get that type of information.
So like a face-to-face conversation.
I mean, if it's feasible, like just trying to get that, especially when we get individuals who aren't responding, because the link may work for some individuals that's convenient. So just a thought on it, on that one.
Definitely.
I got another question for you while you're up here, though. You might as well stay. So we passed a whistleblower policy last year, and I don't know, actually, we passed a couple policies last year, and my question is, what happens after we pass the policies for like process? So for whistleblowing, that one, is that something that we as a board need to look into ourselves to like probably get a third party for that to be a way, or is that something that HR does, or what are the mechanics of how that works?
In terms of setting up administrative rules and regulations that attach to the policy?
No, how do I do it? If I wanted to report and I wanted to use this policy, what do I do next? Policy's only good if there's something for
Right,
you
they
to
would
do.
come to HR and then, or our legal team.
Okay. So Alex, I'm gonna ask you if you could think about that for us on kind of what we need to do to make that policy something that individuals can utilize beyond it just being something on our books. But then my other question, like we also did the policy of the recruitment bonus, and I'm interested too if how individuals are able to take advantage of that. Like, is there something out there, or is there, how do I go, I got Joe Lacey to come to the district, and I want to capitalize on what the policy says that I can't get.
Right, and those are things that people in our last HR newsletter, we shared that very thing. But when policies are passed like that, I think we could do something maybe on our website perhaps to shed light on what those new policies are.
Okay, so for that, is the actual process that there's a way for me today to get put in for my reimbursement or whatever process that is?
Yes, they typically contact our recruiters.
Okay, today. So yeah, if we could get that type of stuff, because our employees are kind of our best recruiters out here. So if they are helping us when we are now in the season of trying to make sure we fill our team up, and I want them to be able to take that incentive to help us recruit on top of what we're doing. So just want to make that just more available to everyone in the district who qualifies for that type of incentive.
Absolutely.
All right, that was it.
Okay.
That was all I had for that one. So other than that, I mean, we've done a lot. Athletics committee, we had our meeting this month, and in that one, we did stuff. It was a lot. We talked about the upcoming events that the department is working on. We have worked on kind of some regulations to better guide the next season for that piece of it. Let's see, that was that one. IT doesn't meet until that meeting actually got switched into the end of the month. I actually did receive today the 3 candidates for the IT director position, so that is encouraging that process is moving forward, and hopefully a decision comes before us in the next month there. Customer service, we are actually putting out this information now for comments, similar to our policies that you can actually, hold on, I gotta get back to the right page. There we go. So customer service did finalize, and we are putting out right now for comments from anyone in the district, and you can give these comments again at the board office, at the superintendent's office, anywhere down here on the mission, vision, and purpose, and also presenting it to the board to check out as well. So the mission, which is inspire, educate, and empower, are the recommended mission statement changes to inspire, educate, and empower. The vision, to inspire, educate, and empower scholars for a lasting impact, and the purpose, to cultivate a supportive and engaging educational experience. That'll be out for, I think, at least 30 days for people to comment, give us your thoughts, and the go from customer service. The customer service committee was, we wanted everyone in this organization, no matter what you do here, that you can see your work in all three of these statements, the mission, vision, and purpose. So that, I think the team there actually really did a great job of being broad and specific at the same time of putting those things together. So feel free to hit any comments you have on that. The Customer Service Training Committee is actively working each week on a new group, and from the feedback that we have received, people are enjoying the first phase of 3 or 4. And I keep telling it's 3, I don't know if it's 3 or 4, but the first phase of really identifying what our assumptions are about customer service, and just really being able to break down some walls so we can move forward into what it means, what the Dayton Public Schools customer service model is. So I think we just completed our 6th or 7th group last week. We have another one scheduled this week. Every week there's at least one, and we are moving forward with training other individuals to do the first part of that training to help actually get that rolling. I will go ahead and reiterate again that there are 2 town halls later this week. Tomorrow at Belmont, 8:30. Again, we are seeking thoughts on what people want to see in the alternative school, and we are seeking
5:30.
What'd I say?
You said 8. I ain't gonna be
My
there.
bad. I was looking at that clock. We been here a minute. 5:30. 5:30 to 7. Yes, it's 5:30 to 7 with a hard stop at 7, but people can linger all they want, but the program does end. Hard stop, 7 o'clock. And again, so we are seeking not only parents, we're seeking teachers, staff members, we're seeking people's input, because this is the first version of this school that we are putting out there. And we are hopeful that this will help the rest of our system by alleviating some level of strain on it, and actually giving some individuals something that they currently aren't receiving, and ultimately really saving some kids' lives and saving them as they can just do just a little bit better in some places. My last comment, I do want to, because I like to address feedback when I get it. I mean, I've gotten some feedback that some individuals feel intimidated, or they feel talked down to, or they don't enjoy the interactions when you come up to the dais and you talk to some of us on the board, but I can only speak for myself. And I want to address that one with, and I told Ms. Goins I was going to talk about her today, because she was one of my teachers in high school that tried to teach me the lesson of being prepared. I did not learn it in high school. I left the class because I quit on that one. I actually didn't learn the lesson until I was 27 years old. And I was in Vanilla Randolph's law class, which was a class that people did not prefer to take because she was hard on you. And every deadline mattered. And I say this to go, it is easy to feel like you are attacked or people are coming at you harder when you don't prepare. Personally, I've been embarrassed in my law school classes by not preparing. I've sat in rooms where it was terrible to not know everything that I was talking to someone about. But I don't make those mistakes anymore in any room that I go to. So I hope that if any person feels that you were attacked when you came up to the dais, that questions were unreasonable, that you talk to me, because I will always help someone feel like you prepare. This level is the highest level of the organization. This level, when you come here, my assumption is that you know everything about what you are asking this board to do. I think it is imperative to know that this is the same way we have standards of high achievement, excellence on not only our students, but the individuals that work in every department with us. When you come to this dais, the expectation is that you know your stuff in and out, because you're asking us to spend taxpayers' dollars. And in the system that we live in today, people elected us because they trusted us. They trusted our judgment. They trusted what we do. I am always welcome and open. My door is always open to anyone that would like to prepare or ask me any questions that I may ask about anything that they bring up to this day. Prior to coming here, it will not change the questions that I ask, because I think that is my due diligence to do those type of things and to question and make sure that the people who are not only asking us for the stuff, that they know why they want it, why it's needed, because this, again, people entrust me with this decision, and I take it very serious when I come here. I may joke with my colleagues from time to time, but it does not take away from my focus on why people put me in this seat. So, again, if you didn't get anything else from that, if you feel like I attack you, come talk to me. The door is open. If you want tips on how to better prepare, come talk to me. The door is open. That's all I can do for you guys. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Lacy.
This past Thursday, the Finance Committee met, and we went over the March financial statements and found them in good order. We also had a very good discussion on funding sources. We look forward to seeing a draft of the 23-24 budget next month, as well as a 5-year forecast next month. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you, Mr. Lacy. Mr. Walker.
Thank you. Her stuff down here, janky. It's not me. Thank you. So I will kind of echo Board Member Reiner. Last week I did attend the State of the State address. I actually text Superintendent Lawrence doing it because Governor DeWine did have some interesting things coming out of the State House with regards to a choice voucher program for preschool. So really interested to see what that looks like and what that may mean for the district. I was really excited because I believe that through Dayton Public Schools Urban Leadership Academy, as well as with Director Goins' work with the equity component, I was really excited to see the governor take an interest in a principal apprenticeship program and what that looks like, but also would ask for our state legislators to look at funding allocation to make sure that program is successful, and the principles that we do have that we are able to retain throughout not just Dayton Public Schools, but public education in the state of Ohio. As well as another component was ask state legislators to amend the law to add career planning as a requirement for graduation. So we'll be really interested to see what that looks like. And on that note, I'm excited because tomorrow I get to return to my alma mater, where Ms. Goins made me cry freshman year, to judge senior capstones at. So just wanted to put that out there. And then I'll be back at Thurgood this weekend judging the debate contest. So really excited for that. And like I said, I would echo Board Member Smith, Board President Smith. Yeah, I think us three up here could really do some damage. Did end up doing some school visits. Those was really interested. I will say that our students are very vocal now after the restaurant week, and their appreciation for school lunch and how that looks now, and how that's been reimagined so far. So really excited to see the growth of that. And I will say, I would kind of echo Board Member Goodwine that I want to say that my delivery may come off strong, but I want to say that because I'm a believer in the constituents that did elect me to this seat, and want to be accountable. I think when you get into this type of role, just like educators, I think it's a different eye with regards to when you go out to grocery stores and things like that compared to when we go out to grocery stores. It's like, well, I elected you, and I'm going to hold you accountable because you're up for election in 4 more years. But one thing I will say is that I am the same day in and day out. I think for me, I'm believer in Dayton Public Schools and the work that we do. I just want us to really be better. I think coming into this, I even said like we have to do better at marketing our districts for the students that we have, but also for the students who may want to come back to Dayton Public Schools because their parents went here and they want to keep that family tradition going. Did attend the speech contest, was really energetic there. I will give a slight plug to the program that I did receive. One had my name on it and the other 200 did not, but it's okay. We moved past it. I just hope that we can fix that for commencement and any other district-wide programs. Thank you.
Dang, they ain't show no love to you.
They did. I didn't even get a text back from somebody. Just asked to leave that alone.
We'll save it for another day. Dr. Bailey.
Yes, sir, thank you. I want to also talk about the National School Board Association conference. It really was good. Ruby Bridges said something that was really wonderful to me, is that when she went through that ordeal, of course, as a young child, she didn't realize how big it was for her to go to that school. But she said once she got into that school, the teacher in there really became like a second mom to her. And that was kind of shocking for me to hear. She really protected her and made things very comfortable for her. And I think about our teachers here in DPS, every school that I've gone to visit, that's the kind of feeling that I get from every student that I've talked to. They always seem like, in all the classes that I've gone to, that teacher is either like a father figure or a mother figure to them, and they give our students a safe place to learn. So I really love that part. The other thing is, when I went to the conference, I mostly took sessions that dealt with the dynamics of the school board and superintendent, and I also took classes on the mental health. When I went into the classes about the superintendent, I just, with the board and superintendent, I found it was really more confirmation than anything. I didn't really learn anything because I wanted to, as a new school board member, I wanted to see if I could get something else in my pocket, I guess. But what I found out is that we're doing a pretty good job with dealing with the dynamics of our school board and our superintendent. A lot of other school boards were having a lot of issues that we just don't have. But there was one school board in particular in, I think, New Jersey, and when they were talking, they went through the exact same thing that we went through. But I just want to commend the board for doing the work that we did to get the superintendent. And I'm also going to thank the superintendent for building the staff that he's built and working with us and dialoguing with us every day, really, in how he's been doing everything. And the thing about the mental health part, so I want to thank you all. With the mental health part, it just showed me that we've got a lot of work to do in the school system to help our children with that mental health piece. But I'm also seeing that Dr. Lawrence and you all are doing a really good job in bringing in new programs and helping our students in that mental capacity so that they can get their better grades. So I commend you all for that. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate you, Dr. Bailey. Vice President Wick.
Thank you all. I appreciate you. There's only 28 days of school left for our little ones, right? And then 21 for our seniors. So the weather's getting warm, the energy's high, everybody's excited. So just encourage everybody to put their energy towards doing the right thing, and appreciate my colleagues up here, appreciate you all in the audience. Continue to be impressed with the work. I'm proud to serve with you all. Thank you.
Madam Treasurer.
We are working on fiscal year 2025 budget. It's a little bit challenging this year because of the ESSER cliff. We are trying to fit the expenditures where paid from ESSER the last 3 years now to general fund. So we are trying to work on them because ESSER is going to be gone September 30th, 2024. That's it for tonight.
Thank you. Dr. Lawrence.
Thanks, President Smith. First of all, I'd like to say to Denise Gum, my administrative assistant, and Leslie Guerin, who supports the board, get well. I know you both are ill, and there's nobody on the 5th floor. Not you two, not me, nobody.
Nope, I'm not there.
I thought you were working from home.
Not at all.
Bus routes will be changing from the 4 quadrants to north-south. That will give parents increased choice and give us increased flexibility, which we hope will reduce the number of routes and increase the number of drivers that we have so we can try to attempt to transport kids, all our kids next year. So stay tuned for the details of which schools. We're really excited about that, and I look forward to sending that message out to the public, and Alex will work on it tomorrow. The Wellness Fair, sponsored by McKinney-Vento and Five Rivers, will be at Roosevelt, 8 to 2 on Saturday. Project Alpha, Brother Bailey, you know something about that. Theta Lambda chapter, that will be April 27th, 9 to 3 at Meadowdale High School. Woman Reiner, thanks for bringing up the cell phones. I think in our monthly, we'll definitely circle back to that, but we had a meeting with the high school principals and middle school principals. The we would be Miss Dooley and I. We've been doing a lot of bonding. And the Yonder pouches will not be a thing for next year. There was universal agreement that that is not the answer. But we are working on the answer. Tommy and his other fellow student senate members, all 15 of them, they had an article from me around cell phones, and there's some scientific empirical research behind cell phones and students and how they learn and what they learn. So they have to read that before they come to student senate, and we'll talk about that. That'll be one of our discussion topics. Then Males of Color, MBK Black Boys Matter Community Barbershop is Saturday at Stivers. And then Females of Color Empowerment Day is at Stivers, and both of those are from 8 to, I believe, 2. And then I got student senate. And finally, I always finish with the team. I appreciate your preparation. I appreciate your courage, your toughness. We come here every week to try to let the public know what we're doing, and we enjoy the work. You make it easy for me. Thanks.
I'm sorry. Also, I want to ask, Madam Business Manager, did you have any comments? I appreciate you, ma'am. I tried. I took a monumentous task. I had a big presentation. We honored a large group of students. I tried. You can hold this one against me. I got you back next month. I don't have a lot. I really don't. First off, I do want to say that my heart really goes out to our Belmont family. Anytime we lose a student, it really, really, really hurts. And this one really has kind of pushed me, and I know I've talked to some of my other board members, to really speak from this space. There's so many things that go on in our community. There's so many opportunities for us to really have some conversations, but I really think we need to really move more into action around keeping people safe. So I talked to Dr. Goodwine, I talked to Dr. Bailey as well around partnering up with some of the resources that we have in our community. I know one of the things that is an issue is that there's so many times where you see like gun buyback programs. You see gun lock programs. You see the programs where we can safely dispose of medicine. And there still is this era of I do not feel that I can go into that space because might be judged. Somebody might pull my record. Somebody might try to check some of these things that go on. And so really started to move some efforts, and I really want to thank Dr. Bailey for really going through some of these spaces with me. So reached out to the mayor and some other people as well, and I really want to come back with this for next month. But it's so many pieces that need to be addressed. And gun safety is one of the biggest things to me. Gun safety, making sure our children are safe. There's so many ways. There's gun locks, there's gun cabinets, there's resources that people have these spaces, but people aren't connected. So trying to find these spaces where people can be in those spaces is really big to me, and it's something that I'm taking on. So I really want to say I just appreciate everybody in this district, and I feel for everybody when these things happen. I think people don't always look at how it affects communities. I will share that just speaking with a student at Belmont Monday, and to see the level of trauma some of our kids go through, and seeing somebody talk about a classmate pass and then relating it to the fact that they've lost their mother and father in this same span. And you're thinking of a high school student who has lost one of their closest friends, mom and dad, and still making it to school every day. And I think that, on top of some of the conversations we had today, is why some of the things that we have to do is paramount. I think it leads to some of the conversations we have, because the things we see are real. I do want to say, as a board member, I think we are in a uniquely situation as in not only just an urban district, but as an urban district and a board composed of a majority of people who are from this urban district and have went to this urban district, and people who have had kids in this urban district, and touch all these pieces. So there are so many layers there. I think we all get conversations that come from us, from different people in the community. People come to us, and one of the things that I do like to do is, one, educate them on what the board does and does not. And it's not as cookie cutter as going to, OSBA and saying, hey, we vote on policy, we hire the superintendent, treasurer, and now businessman. We do way more than that. We really do, especially when you're someone who's hands-on. There's things there, and so educating the public on what we do. Also understanding that people have a mindset of our district that we're constantly trying to change. There are people here who just think one way about Dayton Public Schools, and it's our job in different ways to get out and kind of talk about what's out here. But I also value the staff that we have here, because none of us up here do your jobs either. So I think it's that piece of educating each other in different ways. I think one of the things that I have tried to do is seek out what I'm trying to get. So it kind of helps me when I ask you guys things. Also, I appreciate the way that there are multiple people on the staff that when I do have a question, they kind of go to what am I trying to get to? Because sometimes I might be trying to get to something, and the data that I'm asking you for has nothing to do with what I'm trying to get to. And so I appreciate being able to work with the treasurer, Ahmed, people in curriculum, Ms. Gale, because that's my girl, Ms. Dinsmore, and really leading me to some of those pieces. So I think it's really that piece of understanding where we're coming from and where we're trying to get to. And I really, truly appreciate the work you do on a day in and day out basis, because we do ask a lot of things, and you still do have day-to-day jobs, and you're here now, and I'm trying to get you out of here because of that. Lastly, I loved having flag football in this district. I want to end on a happy note. We had the first flag football games in this district's history, and I would like to point out no one else in the area does this. So now we can say that we lead the area in doing something for our young ladies. And so being able to be at a district where we just had our first cheerleading competition in ages. We just were able to celebrate young ladies doing that. And this was such a different piece, because I saw young ladies who have not participated in any sport before. To see somebody out there who's never been involved in athletics in our district get out there and have a ball. It was a pleasure seeing the football coaches out there, football players were out there, parents were out there. I will say, on a separate note, please keep these places clean. Please do, because it's just one of those pieces where the way we treat our spaces is sometimes reflective of the way we treat education and the way we treat each other. And that's a real thing, because there are spaces that we go to that we do not dare throw trash on the ground. There are spaces that we go to, even as a child, I remember being around people and saying, hey, you better act right out here. Don't you throw that out the window out here. Have self-respect in the things that we do. Knowing that these children are out here trying to enrich themselves, Lastly, I want to put out that even after that, there are the first NCAA conference that will start accepting flag football scholarships is coming in 2025. So once kudos to our amazing team to put out something that we will be ahead of the curve. So when you're looking up these freshmen and sophomores and some of these juniors are coming into a space where they're learning a sport that will now start having scholarships to allow these young ladies to get college tuition to play this thing that no one else in this county is doing right now. I want to repeat that. No one is doing that. Shout out to our team. But I think that's a beautiful example of things that the board has asked for or pushed for in ways. And that's that give and take of, okay, we want to see new opportunities. How can we get it done? And working in that collaborative space. So I just love this team. And then lastly, I want to shout out my brother Deshaun and James. They weren't able to come out here today, but they reached out. I'm going to have a meeting set up, be able to go over the opponents, because even our youth that lift up their voices, you have to respect it. You have to respect it because they lifted it up in a way that was not dangerous, it was not profane, it wasn't negative in a way that harmed anybody. So I will be out to opponents to see them, and they had some issues around some policies and things that they want to see. So I believe in always educating and respecting people with our presence. And I think that's another thing as board members we can do. So with that, just want to say, please be safe, please love on each other. And I think I can do it without even looking at it because I am, I went to Meadowdale. So I'm not looking at it. Pursuant to section 121.22G2 of the Ohio Revised Code, I move that this board go into executive session. This meeting is being held to consider the appointment and employment of a public employee.
A Colonel White grad would have got it. A Belmont grad would have got it.
May I have a second? It's been moved and seconded. Do we have? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin?
Affirmative.
Dr. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Lacey?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas?
Yes.
8 yeses.